So, dear colleagues, let us continue the conference. The first afternoon session. We have 3 presenters and 6 reviewers to listen. So we have half an hour for each presenter, including the reviews and questions. So let's keep the time. And let me invite for the first presentation, Grėtė Brukštutė, PhD student from Vilnius. Please.
Can I start? Okay, so can I stop my desk? So, hello, my name is Grėtė, and first of all, I want to thank Ron Ringer for his suggestions for my presentation. And I have already completed my doctoral studies, and the work itself is in the review process. So today I want to present a report on the topic of guidelines for creating a 21st century physical school environment. The topic of my dissertation is school architecture as a spatial structure of educational provisions. So in my work, I sought to identify the possibilities of correlation between 2 very different areas, education and architecture. In the work, I came to the conclusion that education, applied forms and methods dictate the conditions for the creation of a physical learning environment. In the slides, so in the slides you can see, in the slides you can see some photos of current Lithuanian general education schools in order to get an impression of what they look like. As you know, the majority of Lithuanian schools were built under the predominantly classical educational paradigm, which led to the design of strictly demarcated learning spaces connected by the corridors. The traditional organization of classrooms with heavy school furniture and a teacher's board at the front still prevails in many schools in the country and promotes only the teaching, but not the learning paradigm. However, it cannot be said that all schools are already following a learning paradigm that requires a completely different physical environment. It is the latter that most often hinders the application of modern education. Of course, often the school community itself is not inclined to change not only the already established teaching methods, but also the learning environment itself. However, during the surveys, one teacher expressed the apt idea that the requirements of a modern school far exceed the capabilities of a current school. However, if we decide to try to connect modern education with architecture, what would be the recipe? How to link 2 very different things, education and the physical environment? As I have already mentioned, the objects to be harmonized have a clear correlation direction, where education determines the physical environment. The interface between education and the physical environment is a diverse phenomenon encompassing many different fields from educology, sociology, psychology, everything from architecture to ecology. Therefore, the principle of complexity needs to be respected in research on this topic. It is important to remember and respect the balance of versatility and uniqueness, because as you know, what works for everything does not work for anyone. The principles of inclusiveness, participation, and dialogue must be respected in order to involve as many stakeholders as possible in the study, which will lead to a fruitful discussions. The guidelines I provide below focus on improving the correlation between the culture and physical environment of existing schools. But the basic principles can also be applied to shaping the new school environment. So the guidelines for implementation of the correlation between the culture and the physical education environment of Lithuanian general education schools covers 7 stages. During the first stage, the school culture is identified by applying the methods of analysis, surveys, grouping, and comparison of formal documents. School culture reflects the values, expectations, needs of the community and the school environment itself. Therefore, the first stage analyzes the school's mission, vision, goals, objectives, values, educational methods used, and the needs of the school community. The key players in this stage are the school administration, teachers, and students. During the second stage, school culture is compared with the characteristics of the Lithuanian modern general educational process, determining to what extent the school culture corresponds to the characteristics of the Lithuanian modern general education process, how universal and how unique it is in its value priorities. During the third stage, the needs of the community are compared with the characteristics of the physical environment of modern general education in Lithuania, determining to what extent the needs of the community correspond to these characteristics. The identified needs of the school community indicated realistic, specific, and practically applicable guidelines for the physical learning environment. The fourth stage identifies the current physical environment of the school. Here, the methods of observation, excursions, graphic analysis, charting are used to analyze the school's surrounding context, territory, building, functional groups, circulation of people around school spaces, organization and connection of spaces, functional and spatial structure, and so on. In this way, the functional spatial identity of school is determined. In the fifth stage, the existing physical environment of the school is compared with the school culture and the needs of the community. During this stage, the extent to which the current school physical environment is appropriate and the potential to meet the school culture and community needs is determined, and the level of community satisfaction with the existing physical school environment is analyzed. In the sixth stage, the current physical environment of the school is compared with the general school model of the 21st century. It analyzes where are the signs of spatial diversity, flexibility, stimulation, individualization, transparency, naturalness, and sustainability in the current school environment. In this way, the level of compliance of the current school's physical environment with the general 21st century school model is determined. And the general model of the 21st century school was formed on the basis of systematic analysis of literature sources. The general model shows that the goals and objectives of modern education are expressed and implemented in a physical space of education, in the spatial structure of the school, and in the whole school territory. The diversity of spaces and their flexibility have a direct impact on modern education. They are essential features of school spaces that allow the physical learning space to be organized according to changing needs. Other environmental factors operate in the school building and throughout its territory, which are not directly related to teaching, but significantly contribute to the creation of well-being and favorable education atmosphere for members of school community is naturalness, stimulation, individualization, transparency, and sustainability. It is emphasized that the factor of naturalness and its constant actively and influencing the physical learning environment, and it's closely to the aspect and is closely related to the aspect of sustainability. During the seventh stage, based on the results of the research, a model of physical school environment corresponding to the cultural and community needs of a particular school is formed. In this way, an effective physical educational environment is created, which enshrines the values of the school community and overcomes the wishes and expectations of the community and facilitates not only the learning of students, but also the work of teachers. The research conducted in my dissertation helped to find out that Lithuanian modern educational attitudes overlap in many respects with school culture, and the latter can be implemented by physical characteristics of the learning environment formulated in the general 21st century model and identified by each school community. In this way, the interface between school architecture and educational provisions is achieved. So that's all, and thank you so much for your attention. And now we would be grateful for your comments, maybe suggestions, observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Grėtė. 2 minutes, so we can use them for questions. Please, audience, who wants to ask something? If you have some urgent questions, please. Otherwise, we can go to the coffee break and after time. No questions. Good. Okay. So we have reviewers for your presentation from Riga Technical University, Sandra Trejev and Hugis Bratuškins. Please.
Should we start? Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. So it's very nice to be here again and to participate in the process. So thanks for inviting. And we found the topic of school environment quite challenging since maybe many of schools or majority of schools have kept the pattern maybe that is coming from the 19th century, ordinary classes with benches with teacher in the front and then so. And most of schools are built, the special environment have been built supporting with this pedagogic approach. The first impression that comes into mind in order to try to evaluate the guidelines of 21st century school is somehow maybe to compare some strengths and maybe weaknesses in the existing spatial environment, probably in terms of comparing this environment to existing pedagogical trends. Because the function always is one of the major issues if we create spaces, and school function is mainly based on pedagogic approach that is kept in one or another school, and maybe the situation, the present situation in comparison with that previous very traditional way how maybe many of us have been taught, is changing right now. So maybe from teaching to learning, so these paradigms change, and probably it causes also, it should cause some changes in spatial environment, how we organize process in schools. So I didn't find much in the presentation, but it is maybe because it is a very compact form of your research. Did you have some study in these paradigm changes in pedagogies or not? Because I think that it would be easier to understand your way of development of research if it would be based probably in, at least in some direct touch with the pedagogies. That's one. Another thing that I mentioned, you mentioned in our presentation a very nice phrase, modern Lithuanian general education. And I'm not very deeply familiar with the Lithuanian situation. So does there exist some major branch, or there are several parallel maybe approaches in pedagogies, and how it is or it is not connected with the school environment, spatial environment? Because at least in our country, in Latvia, we have several new attempts to develop some kind of other approaches in spatial organization of schools. Not many, just a few, because of the fact that the most of the schools still are existing, they are already built, and all changes are quite expensive, and so maybe sometimes there are some attempts to modify the existing spatial environment more maybe adapted to some new pedagogies, but it's not very popular, I would say. I don't know how is the situation here in Lithuania, so probably it would be good to have at least some information on that. I think that you had a very good term that I personally liked very much, school culture. But I didn't follow in details what does school culture mean, and what does it consist of. But I think that it is a very nice term that you can really use, and it's very inspiring when speaking of special qualities in school environment. In fact, therefore, if I could ask just maybe in a short comment to tell what is the situation in Lithuania with maybe some experimental schools. Do they have new buildings? Do they differ in spatial organization? And how do you see this modern 21st century school environment? Will it be overall, general, and all the existing schools will have to adapt to somehow these special principles, or there is some way in between how we can try to adapt the existing school environment to the new tendencies, to the new demands, and what are the strong sides and maybe some weaknesses in this transition?
So thank you for your comments, and I think it's hard to adapt all schools to the new paradigm, because all buildings are not have I don't know, sorry, I'm a little bit it's hard to adapt all buildings, because like I said, as one teacher had said, expressed that idea that the requirements of a modern school far exceed the capabilities of current schools. There is no possibilities to use light furniture example. It's too small spaces for users and too many students in class here. So it's the simple problem, but it's hard to use, hard to it's hard to adopt the new paradigm in the old building. So I can see that. And
so, but what is the way out? So these buildings are existing.
yes,
Yeah, and now
But-
your intention is that they are not exactly suitable. So what to do with them?
but no, we can see that not all teachers like the new paradigm. Many teachers just teaching and the students not learning, they are teaching. So maybe we can start from that and then we will go to the building.
Okay.
Maybe like
May I continue? I would like to say this discussion. Thank you, Grėtė, for, of course, very topical question. At least in Baltics, very much we are talking about quality of education, and of course we are talking about future of these pupils. And this physical environment is a very important part in this discussion. And at first, I would like to say some comments about this practicality. My comments is quite similar with my colleague. I totally agree that the learning paradigm actually is one of driving force for changes of physical environment. But still in presentation and in this material, I didn't catch what is the main characteristic features of this education paradigm. Because of course, this is our client. This paradigm, this new vision of our education, our client. Not only this physical quarters of schools. And my maybe suggestion or my comment in your research in narrow or wide way to show this this development of paradigm. And what is important for me to see this future development, because now thank you very much for very nice this research design into 7 steps with appropriate methodology. I think it's great done. Thank you very much. I catch here in several ways this statement about existing situation, about school culture. There were questionnaires of different stakeholders, community needs, as well as questionnaire for needs and wishes. But this future vision or future development, I think, is this point which help us to define the definition where we are going. Of course, it's these paradigms will now change it time by time. Therefore, this flexibility, what you mentioned in your guidelines, is very, very important. And I guess that maybe this philosophy of flexibility maybe it would be one special point.
Yeah, really.
For not only besides many others, but as special importance. And as well as I should think during your presentation and with your material about this your I guess not in this title, but in subtitle. I think there was subtitle that you are thinking about general education, not specific, not alternative, not experimental, but for general education in Lithuania. If that, of course, a question for about need of new school buildings, instead need of regeneration of existing multiple problematic school buildings arise. From one point, we are talking a lot about very high quality new school buildings, but at the same time, we know that for general education, it's much more important would be this visions or guidelines regarding regeneration of existing schools. So I think that maybe you should harmonize these two topics. Are we talking about general education? Means that we are based our research on this general physical environment situation, or we are talking about future visions, maybe experimental school or alternative or specific, and it of course gives you much more freedom and much more yes, maybe novelties. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you
you so
for the
much.
reviewers. I think you have recorded, made the notes
Thank you.
if you want. One moment. We have the second reviewer. This was
Sorry.
a block of reviewers from Riga Technical University.
We were one.
Yes.
Oh,
We have now Professor Aurelija from Kaunas University of Technology. And she
Okay.
will,
Hello, can you hear me?
please, Indra.
Yeah, okay, so nice to participate even in such a remote way. Yes, it was a very fluent and relevant presentation with this like mind map or scheme. And as I understood from the introduction, how Grėtė introduced herself, so you have already finalized your work and submitted, yes? You don't hear, yeah?
Yes. Volume is not very high, but we can hear you.
Yeah, so, okay. So Grėtė, you have already finalized your work and submitted?
Finalized your work and submitted.
Yes, finalized, yes. So now I was analyzing the slides and I thought about suggestions for this research, but the research is actually finalized. So maybe I can give just comments for your future research when you defend your work. And also for your presentation in defense, in the defense. So for presentation, so actually you need to reveal what you've done, because now you reveal just a sequence of your work. So it's like a workflow, but it was not visible actual results and conclusions of each stage. So there are like abstract words like flexibility, sustainability, but they can mean a lot of things or can be just an abstraction. So you need to make these somehow tangible and visible, because I imagine that there was a lot of research in different stages, and now you want to show everything in 20 minutes presentation, but still you need to devote some time for showing what actually you have done. Because from this sequence, as I analyzed the slides, so I thought that this is the first year and you are now preparing your work program, because it was visible only work program and a little bit of conclusions, but always interesting process with interviews, questionnaires, analysis of examples. It was not visible, and for the defense board, I think it would be very important to see, and it would represent your work much better. And if I would think about future research, probably you will continue your research. So I would suggest you to be more brave and to question the status quo, the existing school culture even now, if the buildings are not keeping in pace with school culture, but still this school culture that we have in Lithuania now is not flawless, and it also deserves questioning. And so just question status quo, and also think about how the schools will unfold in the future, because this COVID situation had shown that education can be very flexible, and the education will never be the same again after that. And it's 100% sure, even if you started your research when there was no pandemics, but still now we saw a lot of possibilities how education can unfold. And nevertheless, even if we have distant teaching, also teaching and learning still happens in some physical space, because we are somewhere, nevertheless, independent of how we are learning and teaching. So physical spaces will also change, like libraries had changed a lot when the internet appeared, but they still exist. So schools will have to change. So what do I think about schools? What premises would I make? So at first, about sitting is not healthy, it's detrimental. So also contact with nature is very important, and in schools we have a few contact with nature, and also affordability and sustainability, that in order to have this inclusive process, we don't need to buy very expensive stuff and make a lot of investment in this trendy furniture. So you can think about the future of a school and make some kind of futurology study maybe in the future. And yes, and good luck, of course, in your PhD defense process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Indra, for your review and for your presentation, for your report concerning the presentation done by Grėtė. Thank you, Grėtė.
Thank
Good
you.
luck for you.
So let me invite our next speaker, and he is Algimantas Grigas. He is a PhD student at Kaunas University of Technology.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Algimantas Grigas. I am a first-year postgraduate student at Kaunas University of Technology, Institute of Construction and Architecture. My supervisor is Vaidas Petrulis, an architecturologist who is an explorer of Soviet architecture in Lithuania. And my background is in architecture. I have actually graduated from this university we are in today. For the last 6 years, I have been working actively as a tour guide, interested in built architecture and built culture. And my current topic of the dissertation is Lithuanian modernism in architectural criticism between political commission and creative freedom. So it doesn't mention the time period, but I'm more and more interested in the period between 1945 to 1991. That is the Soviet occupation period in Lithuania, and interested in architecture that was built and realized during that period. While looking for a way how to approach this topic, I have came up with the idea of a drawing. Being an architect myself, I'm fascinated with the hand drawing, and hand drawing has always provided us with a valuable perspective of architectural structures. And I have decided to delve deeper and explore, not only in guided tours, but in a scientific manner, to explore and test my hypothesis, that is being whether the hand drawing has contributed significantly in the spread of modernism in Soviet Lithuania. So to begin with the context, the architecture during the Soviet period in Lithuania was created in centralized planning institutions. That is namely the City Construction and Planning Institute, in Lithuanian in short for Miestprojektas. We also have Industrial Construction and Planning Institute, or Pramprojektas, and last but not least, the Utilities Planning Institute, which dealt with reconstructions, public spaces. And in regards to the last one, the archives of this organization from 1962 to 1992 is completely unknown. Where are the archives of these projects? As to City Construction and Planning Institute, we have accounted the archive, but it's parts of it are in private ownership, so it's hard to approach. And for the Industrial Construction and Planning Institute, when it was privatized in 2017, the parts of the archives were lost, they're unaccounted, and this for me is a big reason to continue with this research. What is the purpose, the aims of my research? I wanted to investigate the hand drawing as a perspective in the first place, but as I began with the research, I found out that they're a very fragile medium. It's hard to encounter a surviving fragile medium, that is the hand drawing on the paper. So I expanded it to the sketches, to the hand drawings and building elevations as well, because they're done by hand during that period of time. And I wanted to explore how the drawing has impacted the spread of the modernist ideas. And I have selected 3 very specific cases of drawings being used. And I hope they will be beneficial in my research, and they will be interesting for you to review. How I have dealt with the research during the first year of my doctoral studies. I have embarked on a trip to search for the primary sources in the archives and private archives. Secondly, the interviews with the key personalities and related people. And thirdly, the periodicals analysis. What was published, how the buildings, the implementation phase, how it is described, and what has impacted the change during the construction process. So to begin with, the first case is the case of competition of ideas. How a young architect can overturn the table and propose new modernist ideas with the help of a hand drawing. And I took case of Arūnas Blušius, who was born in 1953, graduated from the university here in Vilnius, and then was appointed to the Industrial Construction and Planning Institute in Kaunas, which was maybe a disappointment for an aspiring architect from the first look. But as it turns out, it was really beneficial because it was less rivalry between the architects. And as he was appointed to the group of lead architect Kasčiūnas, and they have gotten an appointment, a task to design the new intercollegiate production training center in the outskirts of Kaunas, in the newly expanding neighborhood of Kalniečiai. Then he has proposed some new ideas that competed with his lead architect's ideas, and he has taken the lead himself. So that is very surprising. Sadly, during the research in the private archives, in the public archives, I was not able to trace back the drawings themselves that the architect has been describing. But this is the building. We see a structure that was finished in 1982. It uses prefabricated elements, but also uses a lot of brick, uses the rounded postmodern elements, and it is a very innovative construction, to my mind. We see a general picture from the ground level. We see parts of the elevation that was pushed in. So the architect has really tried out some of his best ideas, although this building is generally forgotten and overlooked. We see some elevations, original plans by which the building was constructed. And I have to stress out, for an architect of 28 years old to realize a building of more than 6,000 square meters, it is really quite an achievement. And he has achieved this with the help of sketches, drawings, his own hand drawings. We see very interesting, the place where the building facade is offset. It's a very complicated detail that was implemented during the limited materials and resources time. Here we have a photo of a model. So during the research, it arose that the model was also quite impactful in the defense at the architectural jury. It was also very important. And this project, although I don't have any drawings of the actual sketches of this particular project, but a few years later, the architect moved on to design a new production facility, the reconstruction of the factory Lithuania. And this is a complex in the heart of Old Town of Kaunas. And the architect has continued to sketch, to explore and research in a very detailed drawings. This is the site plan. In pencil, we can see the extension of the building, and we can also see some of the sketches, axonometric drawings. He has photographed the site and has drawn with hand over the actual photos. And this is actually the building, the way it is standing today in Kaunas. So moving on to the second case, we have the professional production. All these three cases, I have tried to choose buildings of different size and architects of different experience. So here we have an architect, Alfredas Paulauskas, who is a well-known modernist. He graduated in Kaunas and was equally appointed against his will to go to Palanga city, where he was the head architect in a short period of time. During that period, he practiced and perfected his drawing skills in extension to his verbal communication skills in directing the urban planning of Palanga, in reduction of city fences and creating a resort city, which when he brought back these skills, he brought back to Kaunas. He designed a series of impactful buildings. We see one example here, a beautiful hand drawing with hills of Green Hill neighborhoods behind the funeral house Liūdesys. This is a heritage protected building today. But I chose to speak about another building of his late career that was designed in 1985 in the internal competition in the City Construction and Planning Committee. And it is a multi-functional shopping center, Kupa. We can see the actual photo of the building today. And this is the sketch that Alfredas Paulauskas has done himself. So we see very little deviation. We see that the sketch has helped out for him and for others to realize the building in its own original intended for. And moving on, because of shortage of time, I would like to present the last case, the informal influence. In the beginning of this year, we had a very interesting case where a newly discovered building in Aleksotas neighborhood in Kaunas, a very modernistic house, was somebody sent out a letter to the heritage department questioning whether this building could be adhered to the Antanas Algimantas Sprindys, one of the most influential modernist architects in Kaunas. It is a two-story private house with a flat roof terrace, which the photo I will show you in a moment. But after the research, it turned out that these two persons, Vytautas Sasnauskas was the owner of the house, the constructor of the house, and the engineer who designed the house. But what's fascinating for me is that in 1956, he had in mind a very different kind of house, a typical Green Hill neighborhood modernist two-story villa, which after he met with Antanas Algimantas Sprindys, and he spoke with him and asked for his advice, and Algimantas Sprindys sketched over these facades, we can see that I don't have the actual sketches, they're very fragile. What I have here is the site plan. We see the 1956 plan, the site plan. We see the black ink of the newly proposed structure, which is a very modern 1975, when it was completed, modern house of 2 stories with a flat roof, with a typical for that era in the Western Europe, blocks of houses decorating the plinth and the flat roof terrace. This was the top roof was even decorated with the glass blocks, allowing light to penetrate the building. This is how the building looks like today, and that's why it attracted the attention. It is quite a noble structure, even today. And hurrying up to my findings, I think that out of these 3 cases, I found out that the hand drawing was the tool to persuade others, not only in the architectural juries, but also other political figures who give permissions to build certain structures in Soviet Lithuania. The drawing aids to realize the final design without the alterations, and the drawing is also beneficial when you implement the building, when you speak with the builders and the constructors on site. They help you to detail it and complement the original design. So all in all, moving to the conclusions, I think that it should be clear by now that the hand drawing was very beneficial for execution of the grand modernist designs together with the scale model. I think that the hand drawing can be a beneficial tool in my research as an object of architectural criticism to explore the Soviet Lithuanian modernism. Because architectural criticism officially didn't exist in Soviet Lithuania, so I need to find ways, in other ways, how to approach this topic, and this is where I see a lot of potential. And for further development of this research, I could involve a wider account of number of projects where hand drawing was impactful, to compare it against the scale model. Maybe actually the scale model was even more important. And of course, the in-depth archival research of centralized planning institutes in Soviet Lithuania. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be glad to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you for your presentation. Time for the viewers' word. And I invite Professor, there is one question, please.
Not maybe a question, but a comment that you did mention that, but I noticed that in the perspective drawing of the system, there is not the perspective drawing is actually against the rules of perspective drawing. It shows the distortion of the lens, which I find very interesting.
Because it looks like through the photo camera lens,
Yeah.
because the hill is so.
lens, and it has distorted lines of the tiles in the first place. So it's very interesting how you learn to draw that, because
I think that's a very interesting relationship with the photo camera that we have of the drawing.
but I'm not sure that at that time those lenses actually stand, or even today they are real.
I think it could be. It's hard to say at this point.
Yes,
Thank you.
Just a question about criticism of Soviet modernism in Lithuania during that post-war 91 period. Will you develop that in the course of your thesis? That's what interests me in particular.
This is a difficult theme. I'm testing out. So the drawing is one way, which I tested out, I think, because it is a difficult approach, as you say. Like there are no public. Okay, we have an article on architecture and urbanism, so which I can analyze, but there are many conversations and happenings which are not accounted. So it's very difficult or risky for me to delve into. So I'm how to say testing.
Okay, thank you. I can tell you that I was working in the Town Planning Institute, so multiple discussions and committees and councils were recorded, and they were very serious to what architects are passing now and getting their projects approved. So all that was happening internally in the design office. Of course, it was state control, but these things were recorded, and if you dig well, maybe you can find some
In the archives.
Yes, archives that are dispersed. Okay, thank you. So reviews, and it's my pleasure now to invite Professor Augustinaitė, who is a well-known teacher of drawing at our school. So please.
Thank you. Shall I go to the front?
Yes, please. Please.
Yeah, I'm not very well prepared because I just read a resume of the presentation, so this is my more or less improvisation. And of course, I'm not going to teach perspective drawing here. This is not the intention. Yeah, I think for each involved in field of architecture, it's clear that architecture is not only about buildings, about images as well. So images and artifacts are both fundamental to architectural work. So yeah. It's interesting to delve into visual language of architecture, and yeah, I'm just wondering. The presentation for me seemed like yeah, very interesting. Presentation of three micro cases, micro histories, and I find it very fresh, sort of this digging and developing PhD probably through usage of micro histories. And then I wonder, one of the first slides was about research methods. And I interpret the presented research methods more as a collecting of these cases, of collecting of material. So for me, it's more about field research in a way, but you know, next stage probably would be thinking about yeah, methods of research, theoretical toolbox, you know, what shall we do with this collection of images and so on, models and whatever. So yeah, I just wondered, because for me it also seemed that images reveal artistic intention, but it's hard to judge them. You know, they are not so reliable, less reliable than written documents or text, at least in the context of humanitarian PhD direction. But of course, they can lead to interpretative history, which is specific to visual forms of evidence. Maybe this is, you know, maybe there should be specific mode of, you know, of proving this evidence. But how to do this is really difficult, you know, because especially if it's, let's say, a quick sketch, which usually reveals idea even better than the dry and exact, you know, final elevation drawings or plans. So I think this is challenging. For me, it's also somehow connected to like artistic research, not you know, this classical research, history, and yeah. So maybe it's possible to mix both. So yeah, it's about how to collect the clues and how to, you know, use the intuition and things based on senses. Maybe it's very interesting to try that out. So this is one thing. Another, of course, there are, you know, thinking about the possible theoretical methods. I thought, okay, the iconography probably would be one of them. You know, like Hans Belting or Mitchell are the figures that are very important and who are gurus of the method of iconology. And iconology is, you know, not only a research method which digs into images, but, you know, because they say images are already in our head, so it's our imagination and pictures somehow they try to connect those things. And then one more thing, what comes to my mind, it's of course Beatrice Colomina, who is very important historian of architecture, of modern architecture. And yeah, for example, her book Privacy and Publicity, Modern Architecture and Mass Media, there she speaks that what distinguishes modern architecture from the classical architecture, let's say, that modern architecture, first of all, was developed and presented as a mass media object. So let's say she speaks about Le Corbusier, who was really a mass media guru, and first of all, he did publications, made paintings, drawings, so he presented his ideas, you know, in visual or textual way, and only then sort of at least she argues, he did actual architectural projects. So maybe it's something about that. And of course, yeah, power of images in ideological context, because this is specific period. So what power these images had, it's yeah, it's very interesting. And this is not about maybe your presentation, but I find it really peculiar that contemporary software renderings of architecture, they look so similar to actual buildings. So somehow the mode of image, maybe affect the final. I don't know how it's possible, but maybe have effect on the final form. This is magic. So exactly because you speak about the using of freehand drawing, this type of architecture, they have another quality, the actual objects. So yeah, it's something to think about. So yeah, it's very fragmented, but I guess that's it. What I have to say.
In reaction, if I could say so, these are very valuable insights, but in reaction to this power images and ideological context, for me, well, together with my supervisor, Vaidas Petrulis, we have been discussing whether it's not too early for this type of research. I mean, how many years? It's 30 years have passed since we got independent, and whether it's not too close to the Soviet period to properly assess it and review. So for me, some researchers I have met on the way, some of them, they were quite critical, like they said, you don't have the experience yet to properly evaluate it, the critical way towards the modernism in the Soviet Lithuania. So it's a complication, and that's why I chose maybe the drawing as a tool to explore it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So our colleagues from Riga, go ahead.
Yes, okay. At first, thank you very much, Algimantas, for leaders to this topic and to this period. We know that, of course, today it's actually serve a major part of our built environment, but actually so few researchers about this period. Together with Vaidas Petrulis and Marius and colleagues in Estonia as well, we are developing the Stockholm organization, and welcome to the club, I would like to say. Thank you very much for this. And about this research, I found it's very interesting to focus on one. One is quite key aspect in this architectural design, this perspective drawing. But for me, I think maybe, of course, this is possibility for future research go further and go further for understanding of this common message. Is it common message in this perspective drawings? Maybe I could explain this idea with in connection with nowadays, as colleagues said, if we are looking on a visualization of contemporary architecture, actually all these visualizations brings a very similar message. There is something about the green attitude, always green structures. This always something we could reach about sustainability, some material from wood, something like that. Always many people around our objects, always sunlight in summer, very nice, very relaxed, always in warm, coloristic, it's very welcoming and so on. And we could find and reach from all this very common message, what architecture, today architecture is about. And for this period, Soviet period, there were not colors. It's all hand drawing, and but of course, if we are going to compare and make collection of these drawings, we could reach some common messages, and I think it could be quite interesting and specific point on this. As well as, thank you very much for this case study approach. Of course, I think it's appropriate, very appropriate for your study, and this research methods as analysis of primary sources and interviews with architects and analysis of periodicals. I find it very appropriate and this could serve for your aim. And I could comment from our approach in similar research in Latvia that this interviews always architects or engineers from this period are very, very interesting material, and my advice is to do it so soon and so many as possible, because of course time resource in this term is very limited, and this is very important point. Together with my colleagues, we did some 15, 20 interviews in Latvia for similar questions, and it's very valuable material. And my suggestion maybe it could be very interesting and very nice if we further your research, you are going maybe further Lithuanian borders, and maybe look on the Baltic context on this question. It's maybe more relevant to other interests on this period field of architecture, as well as of course you in this case you have much more material for your analysis. And yes, I could serve with some contacts with our students who are interested in this topic as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just a few more comments. Thanks, Algimantas. I think it's fascinating topic indeed, very inspiring, and probably also very difficult because, well, it's not very widespread topic, and probably speaking about visual expression in architecture, it means to comment on personality, ambition, skills of those colleagues who have to present their ideas, and that's really fine. I am a bit concerned since you were at the very beginning of your research. Do you have any understanding what could be the end of the research, or what could be the outcome? And I think that maybe it is not too clear yet, because if we follow quite strictly the headline of the present presentation, so the significance of perspective drawing as a condition to permit modern architecture in Lithuania. So I see quite severe concern in this statement, because you can judge from this statement that if not perspective drawings, then modern architecture wouldn't have been permitted in Lithuania. That probably is not correct. So being or not being perspective drawing probably is not the main issue. So it is just a bit dangerous signal for me that you should think more severe categories, what to analyze and what to expect as an outcome from analysis. And so maybe depending on this outcome, expected outcome, you should remodel the way of research in order to arrive at the conclusions in a very severe and fundamental way. Otherwise, it will be always a discussion: what cases did you select, what did you, why did you select definitely those cases, and then so on and so forth. So you mentioned the question: has there time passed enough to evaluate architecture? I would say yes, and the quality of the present time is that my colleague Sander mentioned that still there are alive quite many people who work at that time, and we can't wait, really can't wait. We need to gather this information, and that would be great if you could be successful in this, because it is material of very great value. So let it be that.
Thank you very much. I very much take the criticism for the name. Already Ron has helped me out to point out that it's I should be more humble in the beginnings. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one more.
Just 1 minute.
Yes,
As
please.
a follow-up to the comment just made, I'm curious if you were thinking about including anything about architects generally learn how to draw, or they should learn how to draw from being a student in school. And are you going to introduce any information about the drawing curriculum at that time that may have influenced these architects later? Was there anything special to the drawing curriculum that may have influenced modern architecture later? That seems some background to me would be helpful to presenting your case. And if there was nothing special, then
this has a lot of potential as well, I think, because then I should direct more attention maybe to the Second World War and the results of the Second World War. We have the first architectural school in Kaunas, based in Kaunas, after the Second World War, where we had the first during the Soviet occupation, the first architects being graduated. So maybe that's where I think,
yeah.
but it's a good point. Thank
And
you.
what you just said is pretty significant. Like you know, the first of this, the first of that. These are significant events. So I think it's like the academic sort of side preparing these people to be architects. That has significance to your project. That should be introduced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much
for your presentation and for your reviews, for your comments. And now I invite Dalia Augustinaitė, a PhD student from Vilnius Tech, for her presentation. Please.
Hello, I am Dalia Augustinaitė, third-year PhD student at Vilnius Gediminas Technical University. And my dissertation is about sustainability in contemporary Lithuanian architecture. But of course, the issue has to be overviewed at a larger scale, probably in a global scale, to find the guidelines to improve the quality of Lithuanian sustainable architecture. My supervisor is Armandas Gabrienas, and today I will present you a small research of my dissertation, where I was looking at sustainable architecture criteria and urbanism problems. My research, which I will present you today, contains some 4 stages. And the first stage is of study of documents of international and national organizations, also global, local, and individual initiatives. And the purpose of the first stage is to overview overall sustainability problems, which suggest the priorities for sustainable architecture criteria and to identify those criteria. In stage 2, I will present the contemporary sustainable urbanism problems, which are defined in various international and national scientific and practical sources. And in stage 3, I will illustrate those urbanism problems in examples of sustainable architecture practice and explain them through in relation with sustainable architecture criteria. And the last stage is for overall conclusion. Here on the screen, you see the timeline of various documents and initiatives which were researched in this study. And the documents are the result of various organizations of architects, cultural heritage, and such as European Union. So here we come to the stage first, and after overviewing those documents and initiatives, I have came to a decision that overall sustainability problems could be divided into 3 categories, and accordingly that lead to 3 categories of sustainable architecture criteria. And for the first group, I suggested to name it entirety, because for considering if the solution is sustainable, it has to be evaluated at some of the parts. The first criterion in this group is of life cycle, and it evaluates the stages of the object in the whole life approach. Another criterion is of network, and it evaluates in solution involved complex range of members, such as issues, disciplines, or creators. Another criterion is of identity, and it evaluates, let's say, primary and secondary priorities for attributes of the object. For example, what responds local needs and what responds global needs. The last criterion in this group is of innovation, and it evaluates new ways of thinking. For another group of categories, I have came to a decision that they respond to the social needs and therefore cause social prosperity. And social prosperity in sustainable architecture, beside involving a lot of human values, has a very strong bond with the art. And therefore, for example, the criterion of senses evaluates which senses are involved in the solution, and so also cause the sense of the beauty. Another criterion is of traditions, and it evaluates the quality of responding the specific values of a certain culture. Another criterion is of social reliance, and it evaluates the quality of responding moral values, which are urgent for safe and inspiring conditions for humanity to live, work, and create. And the last but not the least is of complementary creation, and it is mostly reliant on educational purposes, and it evaluates the positive impact on growing human consciousness. And the third group of sustainable architecture criteria, I suggest to name environment and economy. And there are also four main criteria, and first is of resources, and it evaluates first of all if the resources are sustainable. Another criterion is of eco-technology, and it evaluates if and how technical solution meets ecology and tendencies of the nature. And another criterion, of course, is very popular, energy, and it evaluates tendencies of smart and efficient use of energy. And the last in this group is of criterion of restoration, and it evaluates the capacity not only to recreate the environment, but also to heal it and the people. And here we came to the stage 2. As I have already mentioned, sustainable urbanism problems studied here are of scientific and practical origin. And of course, these few, what you see on the screen, is not the end in the list. But for the further discussion, I will explain more about urban compactness, biophilia, sustainable corridors, effective infrastructure, and effective buildings. So here we came to the examples. And first is the project of Marius Leeds Center, and it illustrates the urban problem solving of urban compactness. The solution of local city garden demonstrates unique project's identity. This way, integrated garden also makes an impact on overall city and global climate situation. The site is open to citizens, and so is created the social bond between society and the patients of the center. This creates empathic environment for healing and illustrates the criterion of social reliance. The wooden structure for columns and beams illustrates the criterion of eco-technology and cause unique aesthetical appearance. For solving urban problems of biophilia, it is worth to explore the Tahoe Community Cultural Center. Biophilia means human and nature interaction. This makes sense in decisions for choosing environmental and human resources. In the project, the key to finding the best biophilic solutions was in communities and professional architects' collaboration. That also reveals the importance of the network. One of the main goals here was to show the respect for nature of environment, which includes the respect for traditions of the culture. For the example of sustainable corridors, here you see the Briggenwagen and Samfield Square. As the authors of the project state, the solution gives strong identity as the city's landmark of blue-green climate adaptation. The project won prestigious award Art 2020, and this explains the criterion of complementary creation. Also, the project is the great example of restoration, as by various ecological solutions increases the biodiversity, health, and quality of life for local citizens. The urban problems of effective infrastructure include a very wide range of discussed issues. The sustainable architecture example of a house in the countryside catches attention with the unusual solution of water supply. It is the example of secondary use of rainwater, which is collected due to specific roof construction. This kind of circular use of resources illustrates the criterion of life cycle. The architectural solution for daylight presents the criterion of sustainable resources. And the overall shape of the house is the example of controversy in traditional solutions, what also expresses innovative attitude. And the last example is of Anacelo Angelini Innovation Center, which presents the urban problem of effective buildings in the fields of energy. To ensure the energy efficiency of the building, its structure reminds of outside indecision. That means the daylight comes from the core of the building, and concrete walls outside the building work as heat collectors and protectors. This kind of thinking presents the criteria of energy and innovations. It is also worth mentioning the aesthetical appearance of the building, which creates the sense of contemporary life. And here we come to the summary and brief conclusions. And for resuming, I will say that architectural criteria are specific because of the way they meet the art. discussed contemporary urban and architectural problems mostly differ only in scale, as one field can cover the other. Interdisciplinary solution of a mix of urban and architectural sustainability problematics can cause extraordinary artistic expression of architecture. And the last, this kind of interdisciplinary thinking leads to far-sighted city planning, innovations, unique identity, and flexible solutions of a city. That's it. Thank you for attention.
Any questions? Who has a burning question? To Dalia. Not now. Okay, later. So time to reviews. Our colleagues from Riga. Please.
Okay, thanks, Dalia. It's not easy. We was sustainable architecture since there are pretty many impacts probably, and so somehow to try to gather them, systematize, and so on and so forth. And it's really a great challenge. Thanks for the presentation. I think it was very well structured, and all the points you were speaking about follow your path. However, I would say that since you are already at the third year, you should be very convinced of the results. And therefore, I would say that I would have wished more information of the process of research, rather than just plan of the research to be presented. So, in fact, I had two questions, but maybe you can try to comment. I didn't find exactly the research problem of your study or research question, and I didn't notice what is the scientific novelty of your research. And again, since you are at the end of doctorate studies, it would be quite important to understand these two basic things, in my opinion. Because the title of your presentation I found quite overall. Sustainable architecture criteria. Well, we have noticed some information of sustainable architecture or sustainability in general already since early 1990s. So 30 or even more years have passed since that, and I don't think that it would be possible that there are no sustainable architecture criteria stated yet. So probably on the first stage you have to have some background to base on and then build your own research. But I didn't notice what is the background, what is your research program that you would like to develop, and what are the expected outcomes. And then this makes me a bit in a confusing situation. Sorry for that. Because I'm not quite sure if all the questions you have very well formulated in the different stages of the research can be answered. For instance, the third stage was dealing about sustainable architecture and form. So really does sustainable architecture as approach, because sustainability is approach, it is theory or novel attitude, but it is some kind of novel theoretical statement, and theoretical statements usually don't have any specific form or shape. So maybe in this stage you have encoded some kind of work that maybe is not possible to arrive at the result because sustainability as approach doesn't have any specific shape. And if so, that it is a problem. It's your problem because you have stated the task that probably is not possible to reach. So this also arrives me at the next question. Are your conclusions that you stated for each stage, are they, do they really refer typically for sustainable architecture, or they appear for any kind of architecture, traditional, sustainable, or other kinds? So what is your evaluation of the work done now when the stages are more or less ready, and still you need to review the stated tasks and the results obtained? How do you think of this correlation between the results stated, between the tasks stated and the results obtained? I would say that it would be very important to review. Thanks.
So I have now to answer. Yeah.
Well,
so this what I presented for conclusions was only the results of this research. I'm not talking about architecture, overall architecture around the world. This is just what I have mentioned, and of course, if we looked, for example, at more specific problems of urbanism, I'm not sure that we could say that architecture can cover urbanism problems. Maybe not, but I didn't research that problems. So this is the statement only what I have found in this small my research. And what about my main problem and this research? Actually, this research, this is not about all my dissertation. This is just a small piece where I as I'm analyzing artistic solutions of sustainable architecture in this field of contemporary sustainable architecture in Lithuania, I wanted to view from the perspective of urbanism, how the context makes solutions for architecture. Is it impossible? What interactions are from architecture and urbanism, and how they work together? Do they help each other, or they have to be separated? So this is actually, that is really very good, your question. I have not said the main problem, because it's not the main problem of my dissertation, but I will have this in mind, that I have to say it very clear, even at a small piece of.
Yeah, thanks. That would be good, but still I noticed again that you mentioned the sustainable architecture and artistic expression, or something that is very related to some definite shape or not well architectural view. So wouldn't you agree that the sustainability is more approach rather than something very material that can be expressed in form of shape or a plan or so? Well, if we speak, let's say, of energy efficiency, that is one branch of sustainability. So there are quite definite formal expressions how we can recognize energy efficient building. There are shades and then maybe some solar panels and so on and so forth. And it refers very clearly that kind of buildings to our present time, because never before, well, in such artistic expression, the buildings were designed like they are designed today, and then it can be probably researched, and you can arrive to some definite conclusions. But sustainability is not exactly of the same sort. More like sustainability, resilience, all these fashionable keywords. They are approaches. They are well attempts or whatnot, and they cannot be referred to definite spatial solutions in my opinion, or not.
Yes, I think you are right, but maybe that's the problem. Now a lot of people talk very much about sustainability and no one knows what it is. So maybe
you are right.
Maybe
that's right. But it doesn't mean that we can arrive at any definite conclusions according to spatial solutions in these terms. Maybe then we need to find some other ways of expected outcome, how to, well, make this issue more clear. Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalia. And I am following maybe with my questions. As I understood, this today presentation not refers to all this dissertation to one part. Yeah, but still we today saw presentation titled the Sustainable Architecture Criteria and Urbanism Problems. And of course, if we are looking to such title, we are interested in one part, Sustainable Architecture Criteria, where we could explore very spacious information flow and urbanism problems. So, of course, this question, what methods you are used for identification of these problems is right, and we only partly could answer through your presentation. So, if we are going to analyze several parts of something, of course, we should devote attention to both of them. Not only, actually, only talk about criteria and exception as a part, or as well as we could transform a title in a more appropriate way to subject of presentation. And I appreciate a lot this huge amount of references and sources you studied. And as my colleague as well said, we know this concept at least 30 years. And you studied these sources from different periods, from 90s, from early 20s, and from the last decade. What I think could be very useful in your research if you put this time dimension as well in investigation of this concept or this approach. Because during these 30 years, of course, these concepts that you, I'm sure you identify it through studies of these multiple sources. This concept developed, maybe shifting some other aspect, maybe to grow up in other, and if we are talking theoretically about sustainable architecture criteria and about this approach main statements, I think this is an important part, this dimension. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have one more reviewer, our colleague from Kaunas University of Technology, Vaidas Petrulis. Vaidas, hello.
Hello to everyone.
Yes, the floor is yours, please.
I'm sorry, I will be short because I should have a lecture right now from 3:30, but just few remarks. One remark, it's about the topic and how relevant is the topic. So on the one hand, on sustainability, you can have theoretical approaches from 20s, 60s, like Paulo Soleri, Jan McHark, and many others. But on the other hand, each generation can find some novelty in the topic. So I would support the topic as relevant. The next question is about this presentation, because as far as I understood, it's not the presentation of the dissertation, but just a small part. So it focuses on keywords, and it comes a kind of a cloud of the keywords, which is from one hand, I find probably it's too broad task, and what I miss it's if you could have one topic, one aspect of this very wide topic, and to examine this thematic aspect more deeply. But on the other hand, if it's just a little part of the dissertation, it might work. And also, what I find interesting, it reminds me a little bit this cloud of keywords, the methodology of mapping controversies, and in field of architecture, for example, it can be Albena Janeva as an example. And if you understand sustainable architecture as a network of different triggers which work not alone but in a network, in a way it might be relevant, and it might be promising approach. But still, I feel the same as my previous one of the previous reviewers about the novelty. If you just some of other researches and other theoretical, but where is your own input in this cloud of keywords? So the first. Of course, if you want, if there is no necessity, so we can keep.
We'll give this one.
Why did you hear us? I hear you. Okay. Can you repeat the end of your speech, because there was a problem with the sound? Mm-hmm. Okay, so my main concern is novelty, and when you present this criteria, I just have an impression that most or all of these criteria are just a part of others' work, and you just took some quotes from documents and books and articles. So my question is, do you have some criteria which comes from your own research? Is it clear?
Yes. So should I answer now to your questions? When you say that this is like two wide topics, that yes, you are right, this is two quite wide topics, and probably it of course would be better to look at them as different topics, and there is a lot of things to say about one and about another. But that was the idea for this research, to look what is the interaction between urbanism and architecture. And yes, probably it should be studied a little bit more and more complex, but was like an experiment. So now when I know how it looks and where it leads, now I can continue my work and look what else will be. And what about my own criteria? So no, now I still don't have any criteria what I have created. It was the presentation of criteria which were defined. Actually, there were no criteria in that documents. I was just reviewing that documents and looking for the priorities, what could be the criteria. And actually, I really appreciate this, your comment when you say where is your own. So I will really have this in mind for the further my research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vaidotas,
for your answer. Good luck.
Your review. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. And please make a record of all the comments given. So, colleagues, the second session is over. With a slide following back the timeline, we are now making a break. Maybe not 30, but 20 minutes to catch up a bit our time. And please go to the second floor where is the dean's office. Tea and coffee and something else will be set there. See you.
So, good evening. So this is our final session of today's conference, and during this session we will hear 3 presentations, and many reviewers. It's difficult to count. So first of all, I would like to invite Haiyan. She is in remote, the only representative who is not here, but she was not able to come to Vilnius. So Haiyan, screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Haiyan, a second-year PhD student in VTU. Today, my topic is the art of urban design and city information modeling. it's more about defining the urban design elements for digital planning, because it's my second year for the PhD. So the deeper research have not done, but it's the first beginning work of the first year. This is the outline of my talks. The first part, I want to introduce the background of this research, and the second part is summarize some developments of urban design and planning in post-digital age. And the third part is covers the definition of theme and theme platform practice. Then following the what I want to do is urban design toolbox and the elements in theme, and then finally I will give a simple conclusion. Digital technology has already kicked off the first scientific and technology revolution. In the digital era, we may thought that everything is digital. Driven by the high technology such as cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and etc. The multidimensional combination of complex and macro or urban systems and the inherent construction mechanism of urban physical forms has been interpreted more and more clearly. And the digital ubiquity is encouraging transformation in the architecture and urban design work. Computational tools have permitted our urban design and to a certain extent, but the dominant approach still relies on the traditional methods of digital methods. In the post-digital era, computers will play a more important part, and it will enter a stage of exploration of maturity and scale and integration. The emergence of the theme and the theme platform may be at least for the exploration of the sensing management of the situation and the visualization. And now a greater number of scholars and institutions have explored digital urban design in scientific research and the teaching work. Maybe they have done some product engineering. It has emergency new interdisciplinary technical framework and modular product systems and many practice applications. These two fingers were shown the institutions use the digital ways in urban research. Compared to the two fingers, it shows that the development of pure digital design methods are more developed quickly after 2012, and Chinese researcher began to catch up the speed at the same time. Another difference of the two institutions is that in Chinese, more companies or enterprise have joined the work. It makes that many Chinese practice in digital design work. Because I will introduce the Chinese practice in the third part. Here only introduce three institutions. As early as in the 1995, the Central for Advanced Spatial Analysis have explored the application of digital technology in the field of urban design, and it was thought starting point in this area. They have focused on the application of computer models and the data visualization technology and such sense. And another is about the media lab in MIT. They introduced a new study program that integrates urban planning with computer science. It's also focused on how digital technology can improve public participation and make measuring city more scientific. It's what I will discuss in the following slide. And also they develop an urban decision making in assistant platform, City Scope. The Future City Laboratory have made their experiments in Asia countries. There's a view about that Asia countries will be the more developed, developing in areas in the following years. So they have many more or features that are the same as China. It's more density and in the ways of urbanization, and the practice of these areas will maybe have examples with each other. And the new development of the technical, such as information and communication technologies, make the emergency of smart city. Now we thought we are in the in the parts of the digital twin city area. So the SIM can be a foundation platform for the digital twin city with the new technical such as artificial intelligence and internet sense. But what we want to do is that find a more rational and scientific approaches to urban design from the theme and back to the theme. Urban planning has many more aspects, such as the physical aspects and the economic and the social and the environmental. It makes so complexity, and the theme can be a new paradigm to face these demands of the complexity and solve the problems of urban planning and design. And make the decisions, because it can be make more divisions. One views about more divisions of the sense make we know the sense better, and theme platform can be these functions. The studies of the theme has been a long time, and from the 2005 to now, and with with this table, we can see that with the development was accompanied with the development of the software and many technical such like things, maybe GSCADE and BIM and all combined with this. As to the total, he said that the SIM will be present for the studies of the urban of the future cities. And the same to the last tables, we can see that with the software development or technical development, SIM have been from different stages. It makes different GIS and then BIM and VR to the next step. Every step makes the digital scenes only from modeling, just the simulation, then to management, then to can when add to the Internet of Things, make the city information is make more intelligence for management. And when artificial intelligence add into it, we or maybe it will be more wisdom. It's the authority definition of SIM in Chinese government, and then have the same parts about software, and it adds another sense of management, but something is it's more things about management. With this table, we can see the SIM platform future in China, and in these years from 2019, the construction of SIM platform is developing rapidly. Until August this year, it's 64 projects. Then maybe twice than last year. And the total investment also increased year by year. This as from the internet data, find that it's about 1.287 billion yuan so far. The construction of city platform in China maybe have 4 stages, from planning, design, implementations, and final to acceptance. The platform used in 4 categories: research work and consulting service, maybe technical service, software and hardware, and third-party service. The right part of the table is the SIM platform data system in 19. It's almost compared with the worker before. We find that it's lack of the information of participant and some elements of reality or change real-time things in it. It may be artificial intelligence development will add these elements into it. Back to the urban design and work. When the the urban design thinkers and their works describe and analysis urban design qualities or design principles that which make great cities. Most of them are not physical features, but because physical features is not present, the artistry and perceptual qualities of the city and the urban space and how people use them. The perceptual and design qualities is hard to say and understood why people do this or why people like that. But the technical development or artificial intelligence maybe give the chance help us to do this work. That's what I want to do. And this table shows the urban design perceptual and the design qualities in the theme platform and referring to the design scale of the city. The red part shows that it's hard to measure in city platform now. And this is maybe one or more parts what I want to do for the following work. And the last slide is the brief summary of what I have talked about. First, the theme will be a new paradigm in the future urban design to face the complexity of the city. And the development city will, from concept to application, has accompanied with the development of technologies. And the same platform is a digital model of digital twin city construction, and it's a supporting platform for intelligence application of urban development. I'm sorry. The last thing is that the same platform is lack of some things for the measurement of attributes and such things help the design and the planner or the citizen to take part in and make or they join together to do the design work. And then the third work is what I thought about the art, because the discipline of mine is about art, so I chose the art part. Are there new aspects of aesthetics or new art elements in digital urban design? Is what I should think about, and how to translate these elements to the city platform. Meanwhile, it can be regeneration and real-time used for urban management, especially for the citizen. They have not many special knowledge about urban design. It's what I want to do. That's all my presentation. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Thank you, Haiyan. We have a question from auditorium.
A brief question, Haiyan, a comment. It's fascinating, your subject. I'm a lay person. I'm not in this field at all, but is this applicable to retro engineering present cities, or is your work focused on the future urban environment, the built environment?
I'm sorry, I can't catch that question.
Okay, I'll repeat it. Is your work, which I think is fascinating, geared more to the future and future cities, unbuilt urban environments, or can it be used to retro-engineer present cities that we live in?
Can I repeat the question? Did you mean that what I have want to do is for the future city, what I thought about the present city? Is that?
Yes. Is it more for the future? Is it more for the future cities and to apply to the present cities we live in?
Yeah, it's because I have shown that the SIM platform has been built rapidly in China, and almost the big cities have do this platform. So I thought it is important to add some urban design elements to the city platform. Not because it is because the city is for all the people, and in the city, another is the citizen, and the citizen can take a participation in the urban management is very important in the future, or in the Chinese foreign city constructions. So the city information can show the 3D maybe simulation and visualization for all these citizens, and they can then take participation in the city. When we build a new structure, they can give suggestion, and not from the plan or other things, they not really know it is very good or not. But we thought another thing is that the reality, the virtual reality is used more in maybe in the foreign years, maybe 1 or 2, I thought, and it can be used for them to directly know what the city will be, and add into the real-time SIM platform. It's what I make the another thing is that I'll add another thing about that. I thought the city is built for most of the people, and the feeling of most of the people is the right what the city if it should be, not only the urban management or only the designer, but the worker of the city built in China before, almost it's from the decision from this part. So what I want to say about this. Okay.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Kęstutis Zaleckis from Kaunas University of Technology. Kęstutis.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if in any moment if sound will be broken, so just somehow let me know, wave in the screen or something. So I'll know that there is no contact. Okay, so thank you for interesting presentation, and in my opinion, topic is very interesting and relevant and actual, without any how to say doubts. Just as well, you mentioned that you are a second-year student, so I am addressing maybe my review, because normally I expect that second year is a midterm of PhD studies. So yeah, I will make my review based on what I expect normally at the from the second year student. Okay, so let's say in your presentation at the beginning, maybe yeah, maybe I will comment as well some questions and recommendations. So first of all, of course, you know, even if topic is very actual and is quite oftenly discussed, these things as smart city, digital city, and things like that, and SIM as well, city information modeling. But still, I think it would be very useful for you to add the beginning definitions, especially the beginning when you had these hexagrams with different ideas, you know, what is this digital city, what is smart city, and especially when you mentioned at the end paradigm. You mentioned in one of your conclusions that city information modeling, it creates a background, or it could be related to appearance of new paradigm in urban planning. In this case, if we, in science, we speak about paradigms, each new paradigm, it can solve some problems which were not solved by old one. So in your case, it would be very important, and I was missing, for me, I see this part as missing in your current presentation. But I think it would be very important to explain what are these old paradigms, or what is existing paradigm, what might be this new paradigm, maybe, you know, it can go in different ways, and yeah, what opportunities it offers, what opportunities, and on base of what, on just technology, just computational power, because, you know, you can use it for different things. And I think in one of your, all these hexagons at the beginning of idea, you mentioned simulation. For example, maybe, you know, you can use SIM as simulation platform, what was not possible let's think about other tools. And maybe the simulation platform could as well simulate this, as you mentioned, artistic things, because you are a PhD student in history and theory of architecture in this field of so these artistics, these aspects as well should be touched. And this creation maybe of your toolbox, as I understood, is one of your main aims of your research. Again, maybe could be related to simulation, but that's just my improvisation, what I have seen in your presentation. But again, I missed a little more clear explanation by yourself of these things. As well, even if this creation or translation of this actual urban composition, urban design elements into this SIM toolbox is one of your aims, is still not clear on what base you will do this translation. And maybe in what steps, if you would identify this as objective and then identify steps, maybe it would be more easier to structure, because otherwise, you know, what topic is quite wide. And a lot of materials you can find. You found a lot, but you still can find even more, and could never end. So somehow you should have maybe this paradigm or things like that. As well, I think you addressed a little these paradigms while mentioning Alexander, Gordon Cullen, Sita, and so on and so on. But still, in this case, maybe in presentation it would be more important not to give these names, but to say what was essential difference between them, or maybe introduce some concepts which some of them, I believe, for example, concepts of Alexander could be used in CM as some kind of background. So, yeah. As well, for me, it was not clear because, you know, as I see in PhD research, first you have a theoretical part. So, as I understood now, you presented this theoretical part, more or less. Maybe it will be again expanded and some new things will be added in the future. But still, it will be some kind of research part, or empirical research part, or simulation, which you will have to conduct by yourself. So I was missing information about that. Maybe still, a certain course, it will appear in the next year. Yeah, as well, because, you know, definition of terms is very important at the beginning. I said smart city and so on and so on. But even the definition of what is a city and how you see it, it would be very important, because, you know, sociologists would address it as a, I don't know, connection between the peoples, urban plan as spaces and some configuration and so on. So when if you would present such definition, again, maybe it would be more clear what aspects you address, what is a problem, because again, you should formulate what is a problem, you know, in this yeah, this may be toolbox and not clear how to address these design aspects in SIM while using existing tools. Okay, that's clear, but again, it should be stated by you. Yeah, so maybe that's basically all, maybe comments or questions from me. Otherwise, the topic is very interesting. So I would like to wish you to continue. And my opinion is just maybe a moment somehow important to structure in a proper way, to find your own perspective, maybe to develop this paradigm approach and see which is, and again, to think which will be novelty of your research. Because it could not be based just on inventarization. You should offer something. Yeah, you should ask yourself, where is the innovation? Because a lot of is happening, and again, you should find your own perspective. What innovative things you, or what new things you offer. Okay, so that's all from me. Thank you, and yeah, wishing the best. If you want to comment or answer to some questions, of course, you are welcome.
Thank you for your suggestion. Because I'm also in chaos for the forage work. I try to read more and find the methodology and thought about that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Good luck.
And now I would like to invite Sandra and Ugis to say some remarks.
And Sandra. Okay, thanks, Haiyan. It's a really a topic, I think, for tomorrow, since I'm not quite sure in which stage of digital age are we right now. We are probably somewhere in mid-digital, and the next step will be post-digital, but no, it depends. However, your story is very interesting and challenging, and of course also raises some or maybe even several questions. But since you are in the second year of studies, you have time enough to rearrange thoughts in the correct order and have a good perspective in the future. So what I would like to add to the comments that Professor Zaleckis already said is that just reading the title of your presentation, that is defining the urban design elements for digital planning. That is the question, did you manage to find these urban design elements, and did you manage to find the appropriate approaches or I don't know, programs or whatever for digital planning? Because if we see in your slide number 14 and also in 16, we can see several or quite many elements from urbanism, but I am not quite sure, are they more to be referred to urban planning or urban design? That is, I think, the question of scale. If we speak of broader scale in planning terms, so we can see traffic monitoring, environmental monitoring, social, economic data, but they really seem more as planning elements. What regards urban design, I maybe didn't find exact details, I don't know, street furniture, equipment elements that could be related to the design scale of users, but maybe it is also not too important to speak of such tiny details in the terms of digital planning, because there are these two stages already encoded in the title, digital planning and art of urban design. So maybe you should think whether you speak of broader scale planning or more detailed scales of design. That would be one suggestion. And maybe at the present stage, those elements that you have stated, let's say, in the slide 16 for 3D building information modeling, they are too broad. Let's say open spaces. Open spaces, that's a very general element that can be divided in more detailed parts, private spaces, semi-private, public spaces. And each of these spaces are addressed to separate interested parts that have separate demands, very special. And maybe in this digital model, all these interests could be monitored and observed in a more efficient way that it is possible with traditional analog means. So I believe that there is a very good issue for further detailization of scales and of urban parts we are speaking about. And then there was, I think, excellent question from our colleague here in the auditorium. Does your research refer to new cities, to future cities, or what are we going to do with existing cities? And maybe this city information modeling is very good tools for urban regeneration, to evaluate the values of each urban scale, and to have very good results both in the model and also, of course, in real life. So have a good success. Thanks for your presentation, and maybe you may have some details to rethink in future. Thanks.
Suggesting.
May I add?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Haiyan. I think this is a great topic and for the future for a lot of people involved in city development. And I guess that the structure and this question and statement is very interesting in your presentation. And I would like to ask just question relates methodology, and if we could reach from title of your presentation that you are going to define urban design elements for digital planning. Then this question, which methods are you going to use in this defining? Of course, we could see literature study, you demonstrated these sources, but are you going to use some other methods as well for this definition of urban design elements? Are you going to introduce some experiments or interviews and other methods, research methods?
Did you mean that that I have the methodology or method about my studies now?
Yes.
The question is that Okay, I haven't cleared the methodology, but when I read the book about the city planning according the artistic principle from the Cameron, I thought maybe they have the similar ways because but the different methods because I thought the cities urban space in the cities of another question is about another thing is about that the practice area the case study of my is the city of Yancheng, which city I lived and worked now. So the city is a middle city in China, and it has some features of almost the Chinese middle city. Now it is I thought these days about that the virtual reality maybe give me some thoughts about these ways because I want to get the information from the many people to get to experience some urban space and get their feelings from and conclusion there some things about that but it's just what I thought these days now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim?
I just have one quick question. Towards the end of your presentation, you listed some sources. And the most recent source was from 1989, which is 32 years ago. I'm just curious about why you don't have, or maybe I misunderstood, but why you don't have some more recent sources that you're drawing from in your work. And it just seems to me that that's a long gap between 1989 and our current year. There's been a lot of publications and a lot of sources that could be valuable to you to at least look at it and to be sort of inspired by.
I'm sorry, I can't capture the questions.
Okay, can you hear me? Is it okay?
I'm sorry, I can't catch the questions because the noise. Can you repeat that?
Okay, so but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say it quicker this time. Towards the end of your presentation, you listed some sources on urban planning, urban design. And the most recent one was from 1989, 32 years ago. I'm wondering why, because there's been many good publications and information since then, why you haven't sort of included more to be inspired by as guidance for your work since 1989. That was just my comment. Why the most recent one is really quite, for research purposes, I'm older than 32, but 32 is quite old.
Did you mean that I didn't cite some information, the reference of my presentation in the?
No, well, why are you looking at, or why didn't you include more recent sources? The more recent one was from 32 years ago. I just suggest that you look at more recent sources. There's been a lot of scholarship since 1989 in your field. You understand?
Did you mean which slide?
Maybe you can repeat.
Yeah, Haiyan, the question was about the usage of more recent sources, more recent books or publications. Did you study recent sources as well.
I can't catch that. Did you mean that I should read more reference?
No, I think towards the end, I don't remember what slide it was, but you had a list of books, sources for your work. Christopher Alexander, you had, I can't remember, several. But the most recent one was from 32 years ago. You didn't have any more current ones. And so I just suggest you look at some more current scholarship that's been published.
Okay. Can I repeat the question? It's about that you said the book maybe in this slide was so old and not new. Best.
Is that the one? Oh, yes.
Because this is the urban design works that classical works, and the research of the theme is all other new information, maybe like this part, and can you see this PowerPoint? Yeah, the information about city information is about new general articles and such sense books, because the classical works of artistry, the principles is seldom made new workers in this part. So only back to the classical works.
Okay.
Yeah, I find that part. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you. So now I would like to invite Aurelija Daugėlaitė from Kaunas University of Technology. Yeah.
Okay, I finished it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Aurelija, and today I will present the research which is called Aesthetic Expression and Classification of Sustainable Architecture. So let's get started. There is a huge variety of buildings which we call sustainable. And even approach to sustainable way of building varies from recycling what has already been used to building super innovative high-tech megastructures. For example, the house on the left side looked like a pile of trash. Probably it causes some interesting feelings when you see it, because it's very unusual. However, this house was built by architect Elmer Zalotai himself, and represents the type of recycled architecture, and it is under monument protection since 1992. On the other side, we have a proposal of biotic skyscraper by Vincent Salabo architects. It is 100% self-sufficient with CO2 zero emission, and surpasses major indicators that defines a green building by law. It has sky gardens and living facades. It looks like super innovative proposal. So how can we define the sustainable architecture? One moment from my slide, please. We have a huge variety of even definitions. For example, we can call it natural, green, giant, ecological, or eco-friendly. Even in the scientific literature, those definitions has a similar meaning. Some of them are a little bit different, but although all of this has the same meaning, the intent of architecture to preserve the environment from the damage. So how we can define it even more specific? So in literature, even though there is a lack of the precise definitions, we can call sustainable architecture that is comprehensively based on the principles of sustainable development, which sustainability is programmed during the development phase and of course throughout its lifetime. It's supposed to be long-lasting, environmentally friendly, contextual, aesthetic, and psychologically acceptable. High quality, place sensitive, location specific architecture that responds to local climatic conditions and uses local materials. It's supposed to be built in harmony with its surroundings, contains more natural and less artificial inputs, should be based on cradle to cradle or life cycle approach, and of course be based on renewable resources and use patterns. Let's step back to the sustainable development concept itself. As you all probably know, sustainable development may be considered in 4 dimensions, which are cultural, social, economic, and environmental. My research focuses only to cultural dimension and they're only in architectural language. And as you can see in this scheme, aesthetics has a wider influence for the other dimensions of sustainable development. It is important for formation of cultural landscapes, creation of identity of a place, which is in the social dimension, place branding, regional attractiveness, and so on. Although aesthetics is an important aspect, however, the whole sustainable development concept is driven by ethics, which is philosophical dimension. Therefore, I would like to highlight it as it influenced the whole concept to appear. If we remember the core phrase, which was indicated in Brundtland report in 1987, it sounds like a sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So this core idea is based totally on ethical attitude. Ethical attitude is also based and related to our sense of justice, what is morally good or bad, or right and wrong. And it considers, here in the Vilnius report, it considers moral relationships of human beings, however, misses environmental and non-human contents. So today, where this concept moves forward, so if we deepen into the sustainability concept, today we have an idea to sustain the current situation, and which means to do no more harm. However, as I mentioned before, it is based on human-centered approach. And contemporary environmental ethics, for example, deep ecology concept, raises questions of the rights of non-human beings such as plants, ecosystems, and so on, and considers what our moral attitudes towards them. In this way, the egocentric approach changes forward to the holistic approach. Here, other concepts like restorative sustainability and regenerative sustainability appears, but are very futuristic at the moment. They intend not only to recover from the damage already suffered, but to even improve the quality of the existing ecosystems. And the main goal, of course, is to achieve a harmonious co-living with the surrounding environments in a wider sense. So what is the role of aesthetics and why is it important? So if we go through the main definition of aesthetics, that it examines the nature of beauty and taste, as well as explores subjective, sensorial, and emotional values. It can be considered as a form of knowledge that is gained through the senses and reflects our experience in the surrounding world, cultural traditions, and moral values. However, it can go even more further, where its task is to show and to reflect the identity, for example, of a historical period or society. It's also based on human experiences, mind responses, attitudes, emotions, which all are involved in aesthetic experience. However, it's very difficult to talk about aesthetics and to say what is beautiful, what is not, and what is right, what is wrong. There is a concept of biophilic design, which helps to arrive at, let's say, beautiful or appreciated or building that is acceptable and enriches people's lives. Aesthetic experience can be, it's possible to talk about aesthetic experience based on the idea of this triad, which was a large study by Alexander Coburn team that connected 7 famous universities, such as Cambridge. It was a very comprehensive and broad study of psychological and neural responses to the built environment. And it showed that the most salient psychological experience in the built environment are likely generated by the integration of all these 3 components: cognitive, emotional, and sensorial. They distinguished the key criteria which describes those ideas. So interest, approachability, complexity, organization, naturalness, beauty, hominess, personalness. All of them are very related with aesthetics and aesthetic appearance of our environments. And actually, those ideas are pushing the limits of visual aesthetics, as it's usually aesthetics are studied in the first, let's say, cognitive level. Here is the pyramid which was provided by the DK study. Here he investigated the 5 levels of aesthetic perception. So here the levels are presented in the line from the most basic one to the most complex. So visual aesthetics is only the top, how we can understand the environment, and is based on aesthetic form and static notion of, let's say, beauty. Let's take an example of beauty for easier understanding. So if we go through the others, like phenomenological or process aesthetics, it incorporates the dynamics, the motion, the other cognitive features which I presented in the previous slide. And if we go even further to the ecological aesthetics, here the beauty of things are understood, that the beautiful is what creates ecological health. So for example, if we illustrate with a simple example of lawn and meadow, so the lawn on the left side is lifeless and it has no ecological value, while the meadow is creating an ecosystem and incorporates variety of plants, insects, and so on. So this ecological aesthetic level is more complicated and more difficult to achieve. If we talk about evolutionary aesthetics, so it's even harder level, and it can be achieved or understood over the long-term time, and you need to have some knowledge to understand it. So my study raises these following questions. Is it possible to distinguish the aesthetics of sustainable architecture? How is it expressed? And how a variety of trends may be classified? To answer these questions, let's look shortly to this concept of sustainability aesthetics itself. So the idea of sustainability aesthetics appeared in around 60s, when we had a large ecological crisis, and the interest in environmental protection raised the ideas of ecology, of nature protection, and so on. And here happened some experimental developments in the field of art. Artists followed the principles of environmental ethics. We tried to create things that were where nature was co-creator. Where happened some sometimes chaotic or unexpected artistic piece of art. So this all theoretical background led me to the sustainable architecture study, which I have done in the Baltic Sea region, the closest region to Lithuania. And I studied the databases of LEED, BREEAM, and DGNB certification systems from 2016 to 2020. I was interested how certified sustainable buildings, how they look like, what artistic expression we have. And I find out that these certification systems didn't include aesthetic criteria at all for the sustainable architecture. And it was difficult to find some like biophilic patterns in the design of analyzed examples. Of course, it did not always reflect sustainability ideas in their appearance, and some of them, actually most of them, were looking completely unsustainable. However, we got the best certification awards. And as you can see here are several examples. Most of them are quite similar, and there is a lack of typology. here. So I switched. I also checked some sustainable architecture certification criteria. I wanted to see how this criteria reflects the sustainable development dimensions, and here you can see in different colors: cultural, social, economic, and environmental. And as you can see from here, there is really lack of attention to the cultural criteria. There is only a few of them. So only the living building challenge certification system included a notion of aesthetics or the beauty, which was based on biophilic design patterns. I also wanted to know the wider context, and I checked some classifications, existing classifications of sustainable architecture. However, they were all quite old and overlapped each other and hardly reflected the aesthetic features, the expression of architecture, but they are still quite interesting. There are some like building garden, building landscape, interpretation of natural forms, or eco-cultural, eco-medical, eco-technic types of architecture. We also have some different approaches to the aesthetics, for example, quantitative, which focus on reduction of energy only, or mostly. It considers a building as a storage of materials. Some of them suggests the attitude that to recreate and interpret the aesthetics of historical architecture. Some of them are trying to find some forms which are ecologically efficient, so like solar architecture or passive architecture. And we also have some classifications in urban planning, which also kind of reflects architectural expression. So I finally came up with this typological scheme where I analyzed a wider scale of global examples. And I tried to classify it. Of course, most of the types are overlapping each other a little bit because we usually have features of many features in one building, and it is difficult to distinguish. However, I could notice some 5 main groups, like ecological low-tech, high-tech, nature-inspired, participation architecture, and genius loci architecture. We have many subgroups like reclaimed, biodegradable, renewable architecture, and ecological low-tech. In high-tech, we have urban scale, eco villages, eco towns or cities, intelligent buildings, futuristic visions like building from fungi or algae, and so on. We have nature-inspired like biomimetics architecture, vegetated buildings, and so on. And social aesthetics is quite interesting group because it includes affordable housing, post-disaster aesthetics, participation of community in creating architecture, and finally in genius loci, we have some ideas of trying to build with harmony in historic environments or to recreate the building tradition in a modern form. Let's illustrate with some examples. Here it will be more clear. So we have an example of a recycled 1 million bottle temple, which is made out of used bottles. Here we, on the other side, we have aesthetic expression, which is very expressive by collecting rainwater. We have some unusual building materials which are ecological, like straw house or clay house. In high tech, of course, we have cutting edge technologies used in buildings. We have mega structures, mega cities, smart buildings, building where building is considered as powerhouse, which produces a lot of energy but uses a lot too, and so on. Nature-inspired architecture can look something like that. Of course, there is a large variety of it. Building landscape, trying to mimic the structures of patterns found in nature, vegetated buildings, or buildings that are made from materials found on sites, like salt architecture. But here are some examples of social aesthetics. So, for example, the school in Cambodia on the left side in the top was created in collaboration with children who did some design parts themselves, of course, under the supervision, post-disaster architecture, and architecture that reflects very much of the historical and social context of straw theaters on the right side. And some examples of genius lodge architecture. So it's some of them we can find rebirth of tradition in modern form. Some of them are also based on historic background very much, but here it's mostly the interplay between the modern and historical. And finally, I tried to characterize the aesthetic features of sustainable architecture, which was quite a difficult task, and because it's difficult to distinguish those features. So I selected the 4 approaches, which were biophilic design, sustainability aesthetics, regenerative design, and genius logic, which helped me to classify those features. So we have main groups like features of environment, like colors, geology, landscape, materiality, views and vistas, light and space. There is a variety of lights and the feeling of a light. We have shapes and forms, of course. Relation to a place, which is more abstract, however, it's sometimes possible to grasp it, like a spirit of a place. And human environment relations, like how we feel in that environment, and what features provokes those feelings, like sense of security, of kind of interest, and so on. And my future goal is to find out which of these features are important and which are not important, which are acceptable by people and which are neglected, and which are playing the most important role in constructing sustainable architecture buildings. Thank you.
Time for questions.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. Could you tell us, please, what is the title of your PhD thesis and what is the main aim of it?
My thesis is actually very similar to the topic. I don't remember exactly how it was formed, but it is about aesthetic expression and directions of sustainable architecture. So here is the part, of course, the largest one, but I also, I had actually several aims. One was to discover and do some studies on the literature, to see how the sustainable architecture evolved in the historical perspective. The second was to analyze the concept of sustainable architecture, how it can be defined, and how it can be represented in the examples, like a case study. And the final part would be to form some kind of, not the strict guidelines, but more the inspiration source for the architect, what features may be incorporated in the design, in designing sustainable buildings.
I think it's very interesting, your presentation. Thank you. I think nicely done. And you've given some like keys to the whole concept of sustainable architecture beyond what people normally think of it. People are confused by it, as we discussed earlier, but you're trying to give it new meaning and new purpose and new identity. And I think that's good. Why do you think that some of those leads or whatever equal sort of don't include components of sustainability, cultural sustainability? I mean, you mentioned earlier that very few of them, the criteria, are included in designating something as a lead building or whatever. Why do you think right now aesthetics or anything similar to what you've talked about, they're not included in the criteria?
Yes. They are not included, but I think it's a very important part.
Yeah, but why do you think they're not included? Why do you think?
Why? It's a good question. Why they are not included? Yes, I think that the main emphasis is given for the energy and saving energy and materials and resources, and actually we need to extend more, not only concentrate on this saving features, because it's not only the things what we have to consider in our environment. It's not only about the quantitative features, let's say.
I couldn't agree more, and I think that your research, and if you do a good job, will sort of bring to light that things are now missing from that criteria. Maybe your research alone could change the criteria for determining how sustainable a building actually is. I don't know. I think it really has. I mean, I don't know what the current literature is, whether you review, books that sort of inspire you, articles that inspire you, but I think like this is a take on sustainability that we just generally don't think about, and the criteria for judging something is really lacking. And I think that's the real value of your scholarship.
Thank you very much.
So thank you for.
Excuse me, one more. It's something in between of the question and comment. I have two comments. The first is about the terms. When we meet new phenomena or we have new approaches, we should be careful with terms. I'm hesitant. Can we give different nicknames to architecture? We have blue architecture, green architecture, sustainable architecture, and something more architecture. I think architecture is architecture in a holistic understanding, and it might have different phases or different features. So that's one point. The other point is looking philosophically on your research. Do you think it's aimed at being less bad?
Sorry, what is less bad?
Less bad, not so bad as we are currently, yeah, destroying the planet, yeah. Or you could aim for the better, for the more. Let's say, could we be a regenerate, bring things back that we destroyed away?
It's the goal, I think, of the whole society. So I think it would be good. Why not? And in your remark of the terms, yes, there is lots of names what we can find about architecture that you mentioned. And it's quite frustrating because when you want to find a right definition, so you have more in sustainable architecture, we find more like labels. Some are used even for the branding, like eco or green, which do not have these sustainable features. So it's quite vague actually, but all of them talks about the same principle of protecting the environment. So still, I think it's maybe okay.
So I would like to invite our critics, and first of all, maybe I could ask Indrė Visockaitė.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Is it okay if I remove the mask? Okay. So thank you very much, Aurelija, for your great presentation. And I'm sorry, I will read because I tend to forget things, especially in front of the audience. So sorry for that. But yeah, I'm very thankful for your presentation, and it seems like a really comprehensive and thorough research you're working on, and research which really raises the relevant and hard questions, let's say, about the sustainable architecture in general and its aesthetics, ethics. And also the research which reveals that within the technological and ecological orientation of sustainable architecture, there is an obvious and noticeable lack of attention to its culturally place-based and aesthetical aspects. And I find your work great, also because of the way you construct the theoretical framework, defining the problem and also framework for your further evaluation, and also because of the wide scope of the analysis of the buildings you have analyzed. And regarding that, it's only the start of your third year. So I think that it's a huge work, so my compliments go to you. And I think that it's obvious that good work always raises questions, raises eyebrows and discussions. And so yours does as well. And I also have read yours and your tutor's article about the relation between aesthetics and ethics, and which I also find very relevant and interesting. And actually, your today's presentation and the article really triggered quite a lot of questions in me. And I would like to share it with you because actually I don't have answers to these questions. So it's just maybe you will help me to clear out a little bit. So first of all, I would like to ask quite a technical question. Let's say when analyzing these buildings, do you take into account those 5 levels of aesthetics by decay? I mean, visual, phenomenological, process, ecological, evolutionary aesthetics, or do you only focus on visual aesthetics? And I will explain why it is I'm asking this, because by asking this, I have in mind that architecture is, well, it's obvious that it is the shape, the space, the process, that it is object of different level perception, and architecture itself is the experience. So when we are taking visual aesthetics only, we miss something, and we cannot reveal the whole aesthetical complexion of the building. So do you, or will you integrate those 5 levels in your analysis? Or maybe I didn't really understand.
So I totally agree with you, but of course it would be very difficult to travel and to visit all those buildings and to do a large extent analysis. So of course we focused on the first level, but there were several studies which showed that the results are quite similar when you evaluate the visual and the visual, let's say, picture, and in comparison with the actual being at the place. Of course, it could have a deeper maybe dimension, but in the amount which you cover, it's statistically more or less similar.
So, of course, it would be more interesting for me to, yeah, to visit all these almost 200 buildings and to analyze them inside. Okay, well, I accept the answer. And and the second question, I have two questions, so one is answered, but actually the second question will be quite weird at the first glance, but I will explain myself. So my question is really why should the visual aesthetics of sustainable architecture matter? Why is it important? It really, well, I'm really, this question is bothering me. Because I'm asking it because on one hand, and I understand why it is important, and in your work you refer to researchers who argue that architecture should express more than the social status of the owner or the talent of the architect, and that the aesthetics of sustainability should bear witness and highlight aspects of the current environmental crisis. The architecture of buildings should reflect the public interest in ecology and in environmental concerns inherent to modern culture. So I cannot disagree with that, because in some sense, yes, architecture is media through which we can send the broader cultural messages which reinforce the idea of coexistence between humans and nature. And the architecture as media also may activate society's engagement in today's ecological and social challenges. And it also may raise questions of care and awareness, triggering the active anticipation for the change and so on and so on. And most importantly, probably that the architecture as media leaves the readable messages of who we are today at a certain point of time. And aesthetics in broad sense is both the tool and the result in this case. I mean, like, the tool of sending the message, let's say, and this is why I find it important. But on the other hand, I don't understand why it is important, because personally, I find sustainable architecture as architecture of crisis, architecture of emergency, architecture which itself as a tool can help dealing with the vast ecological and social problems and the crisis. And putting it in a bit ironical way, I would like to ask, do we really care if the life-saving pills we take are visual aesthetically appealing? I don't really think so. So at this point, I believe that ethics should go first, and the values of environmental ethics should go first, and aesthetics is something that may organically come out as a result and the process without being an intention. And I mean, if something that by all means meets the ethical values, then that something is right. And is right beautiful? I think so, yes. Probably right is beautiful, but it doesn't necessarily have to meet the high quality demands of visual aesthetics. And the building is beautiful because it is right, it works well, it serves well, it solves the challenges. Then it doesn't need any additional beautifications which derive from regulations or are directed to meet the criteria of evaluation, which may lead to the costly and unsustainable formalism. I mean, when the shapes on one hand do send the message of the connection between people and nature, but on the other hand, these shapes demand more finances, more materials, more labor force. Therefore, these shapes contradict with the environmental ethics, and therefore they tend to be unsustainable. So it's, I don't have, this.
You sound like myself, so.
Okay.
Actually, you raised all these considerations, which I also had in mind. So, and I also have these questions raised, and I always have. Let's see, these questions are active for me too at this moment. So yes, we have this paradox in sustainable architecture, of course, but I think we can consider it as a point of change which we urgently need. And it is at this moment pushing us forward to the absolutely new approach.
and the new aesthetical language which is coming from this point. So you are trying to reveal this new aesthetical language. I'm trying to find what is going on about it. So yes, this is what I'm interested in. Okay, thank you very much and good luck in your research and your explorations. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Indra. I would like to ask Sandra Marius.
Thank you very much, Aurelia. It was a big pleasure to follow your presentation. And this discussion about ethics and aesthetics drivers in sustainable architecture, yes, I think it's a topic for research, because at first actually I was quite skeptical when I saw the title, but in this research we could follow a very logical way how to state the questions and how to seek arguments. And I have actually two questions raised. One is about dynamic of aesthetic evaluation, because it's quite clear that this evaluation of aesthetic in architecture, but of course not only in architecture, is not stable phenomenon. It's dynamic phenomena, and yes, maybe influenced by ethics. And the very simple illustration from recent period we could see in evaluation of energo-efficient architecture or passive houses, and so only some decade ago, or a bit more as decade ago, mostly professional society and the wider society was very skeptical. It's so ugly building, so simple, without any architectural expressions, and now it's nice, beauty, simple, pure, in evaluation of aesthetical qualities as well. It only shows this dynamic on aesthetic evaluation. What are you going to deal with this quite unstable concept in aesthetic in architecture?
I agree that it's dynamic and it's evolving over time, and I think that is why it is interesting. So yes, we can grasp some tendencies, what is evolving from what, and what it may be, how it may be developed further, and we can let's see, foresee some tendencies of the future, but of course it's always changing, and it depends very much on the like philosophical ideas and the artist itself as architect. So we can, yes, the dynamics is here. It's always dynamic, but it's interesting that it is dynamic.
Okay, but was it some point in your, is it some point in your dissertation or research when you are going to describe this phenomenon of unstable unstable understanding of what is beautiful and what is ugly?
I wouldn't like to narrow the aesthetics into what is beautiful or what is ugly. As we all talked before, it is more wide, and therefore we have a biophilic design criteria and some others, which helps to provide some features which are acceptable and helps to enrich the experience of being in the certain environments.
And second question, I think, is about globalization. because of course we know that sustainability is global paradigm, but as well as we know that this Agenda 21, one step before this Brundtland Commission conference stated that this slogan, think global and act locally. Think globally, act locally. What we could see from many examples as well as from your case study research in Baltic Sea regions, this globalization in architecture is widespread. But from other hand, as you mentioned, this relationships with the place as well is one important tendency in this categorization. If this is a relation with a place and these local expressions, what we could see in the last part of your presentation, are you going to analyze this globalization feature, globalization tendencies?
Firstly, I want to say that I totally agree with your ideas. And we always have contradictions in sustainable architecture. So global, regional, yes, of course, it's kind of a contradiction. I think here too that the local actions is more relevant, because what suits, let's say, in Baltic region, that doesn't suit in India. So to achieve our global scopes, we need to act locally, really, because we're not the tools we are not kind of universal, but of course it differs to their place specific sometimes. There are some universal things, but of course it's sometimes very specific.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I just want to go on with some reflections. Well, I also appreciated the presentation and the issues that were pointed out. However, I still support an idea that sustainability is an approach or way of thinking rather than a bunch of sequence of processes or operations to arrive to some definite goal. So, in these terms, I just enjoyed the comment of our colleague that pointed out the tiny border between sustainable and unsustainable approach. And that was really excellent. Thanks for this, because it touched me in a very personal way, since in slide number 12 you illustrate some research of sustainable architecture in the Baltic Sea region, and since the city of Riga appears in this region, there is an example from Riga. Presesnams quarter development that is probably characterized as an example from our Latvian sustainable architecture. I would say that I would never see more unsustainable approach than in this particular case, since there has been removed the whole block of previous concrete building, a pile of waste put away somewhere, and instead of that now will be erected new building in glass and very probably nice looking, but the approach I wouldn't say that it is sustainable. So that is a question, can we evaluate one building being sustainable that is erected in the place of removed building that appeared to be unsustainable?
So I would like to answer to this question. You know what is one more contradiction here? This building and all of them, which I showed in the Baltic Sea region, has the highest evaluation of LEED, BREEAM or DGNB. And it is considered as sustainable, but as you said, we can question the sustainability a lot, and there are many examples with this high-ranking certificates, which we can really question of how it is sustainable, and how their appearance can be sustainable, and some more questions about it. And regarding to the sustainability as approach, I also agree to your statement. Yes, it is approach, a framework, a guideline that leads to certain point and gives some certain outcomes. So I would say the outcomes is with sustainable architectural buildings, and we have the approach, and we have the matter, let's say, buildings that appears from that approach. So this is the connection between the ethics and architectural language.
Sure, you are right, and probably, yeah, you are right also of evaluation of this particular building that is erected in the place of the former removed building in Pessin's case. But you see, in this case, this evaluation of international lead prime or any other system, it is, I would say, one of the means of marketing that shows that the future building will be very nice and will be extremely sustainable. However, the approach how it is developed is not sustainable, and there is a big contradiction in my mind that if we can say that the next value will be better than the previous one, because we don't know how the situation will change in future, what will be the next evaluation systems, how will they look on our up-to-date activities and so on. So I just wanted to point it for discussion.
Yes, I totally agree.
And another thing what I would like to point out, I was not sure of the scale of your research, and that is maybe a bit what Sandra told, because there was a very nice table in slide 15 how various trends of up-to-date architecture are configured and how they overlap, and I see that probably you have been inspired by Charles Jenks' table of late modern and postmodern architecture, and that's really fine. But in the next, but this table is based mainly on worldwide experience. And then in slide 21, you arrive at characterizing the features of sustainable architecture. That is completely theoretical, without any definite examples. And I see that maybe it is a very complicated outcome. And I was a bit concerned that you mentioned that the next stage of your work will be development of some kind of guidelines that will point out which features are more important and which features are less important. And I was thinking, who will be interested in this result? Do you really think that a practicing architect will read through the guideline and then check, well, I will choose this and this and this and this method because it is good, and this I won't choose? Well, maybe in this research, maybe it is not a good idea to follow in guidelines, because there is approach in art history and also architectural history that just gathers information, systematizes it. When the critical mass of examples is sufficient, and that's it, and then comes the next stage of development. New examples are built, and then you may see how they fit or they don't fit in this previous framework. So maybe it is not always necessary to arrive at some guidelines. That is very, of course, another question: who will observe them? That's fine.
Yes, it is my further consideration. So I'm not sure how I will present the collected information yet. but I don't think about very strict guidelines or very strict framework, because I think it wouldn't work. Therefore, I think more or less about like a typology of a source of inspiration that you can maybe, if you want, as an architect, if you need some to see some wider context of a sustainability, and maybe you will find
that's perfect, but why didn't you make some list of examples from Lithuanian experience, let's say, and compare how Lithuanian experience fit in this ecological, low-tech, high-tech, nature-inspired, or any other classification? Because I think it would be very interesting to compare how contemporary Lithuanian, or maybe maybe Baltic, or any kind of smaller scale architecture fits in this global framework or global picture.
Actually, it is in my plans, but it is quite vague at this moment, because I want not only to make this kind of framework or typology, but I want to check it in the real examples. So maybe I will keep in mind your idea of a Lithuanian context, which would be, I think, very relevant. So thank you for the advice.
Okay, have a good luck. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. So now I would like to invite Marius Ivaškevičius from Kaunas University of Technology.
Hello, I'm Marius Ivaškevičius, and I will present you my dissertation, Urban Forms Memory, Influence on Social Capital. It's already 5 years I'm working on this dissertation, and it's now will be finished in next term, and my supervisor was Grėtė, and he became consultant now. So this presentation is structured the same as the dissertation itself, but emphasizes the most important parts, in my opinion. And the motivation for it is that the social aspect of sustainable development is mostly overlooked, and it's even present in the measurement of social indicators. They are all negative, and there are no indicators that show the good aspects of social networks. And there are a lot of theories that suggest the existence of this relation between urban space and social, not necessarily social index, the social capital, but the sociability of the place. But the tests are either very local or just theoretical. So I aim to change that by showing the connection between urban spaces memory and social capital, and also aim to invent the methodology to measure the urban spaces as memory. So goals are to analyze theories that are related to urban shape as memory, and to adapt form as memory theory, form as memory to urban form, investigate how big data can be used for this research, also adapt the research methodology to be compatible to machine learning methods, and some data has to be generated from bare data that is available. So for USA and Lithuania, and social capital data was available in USA, and for Lithuania I had to adapt methodology and create the data set. when the data sets are created, several machine learning models has to be created and evaluated between each other, and then selected the best one and use the capabilities of this model to explain how it models the social capital using the data of open shapeless memory. So the object of defense are when the relation is proven and the methodology of open shape is shown to be a good measurement of human comprehension of space. Also, methodology of social capital is adapted to local environment. And the main method of urban shapeless memory is drawn from shapeless memory by Layton. It is in this theory, process grammar is used to describe the transformation of very simple shapes such as circle to the difficult shape as we see in the slide. And this theory is not usable for my purposes because it's not reversible. It only can generate the difficult shapes, but I cannot use it to measure the result of because, yeah. So, but it's similar to the theory median axis by Bloom, which is used to measure the spaces. Bloom was a psychologist and used this to use this theory for whole test with the shapes, and it's described by burning grass. The front of burning grass is going to the axis of the shape, and this moving front is similar to neuronal avalanches in that shown in the test of neurons, and the same was simulated using cellular automata. And incidentally, the same process of propagating wave is used to generate the skeletons of the shape, which I use as an example of human comprehension of space. And this can be tested, for example, if we ask participants to click on the shape, they subconsciously click on the skeleton, although the skeleton was not shown. And we can treat skeleton as a graph and use graph analysis to extract the data from it. And this data was used to classify abstract shapes the same as humans classify abstract shapes. Additionally, this method can be improved or enhanced using the fractal dimension of Paul Rowe. It has many names, but it speaks about the distribution of scales and the distribution of spaces. And itself, it's very interesting research. We recently published a paper about that, and it would complement this discussion about aesthetics very much. For social capital, there are different theories, and they use different methods of calculating the social capital. But the social capital by Putnam was chosen because it looked very adaptable, and it had already data that was available in the USA. So in summary, urban formless memory is parameterization. It's preferable to substitute process grammar with straight skeleton and graph analysis. It's possible to supplement straight skeleton graph analysis with overall aggregator, and the decision to use Putnam social capital. So the technical idea of the research is to make a data matrix that consists of evaluation of urban shapeless memory, and in one column it has social capital, and then use this data matrix to make models and evaluate those models. But skeletonization of buildings was very difficult. The same process that's used for the abstract shapes was not available because it's very slow. And I used fast and very reliable process that exists in database only. And I had to learn to use this database, and also I programmed the graph analysis inside the database. And this was a mistake. It was very slow. It took 6 months to produce all the skeletons and skeleton analysis for the USA. And it produced a lot of errors. Most of them are fixed, but still 1.4 remains. And those errors are inside the skeleton generator. And if I don't recreate that, I'm not able to fix it. But it's possible in the future, maybe if I create my own skeleton generator. But for skeletonization of spaces between buildings, I remade the graph analysis part in the Python and also used the multi-threading technique, and it resulted in 40 times performance increase. The graph analysis, in essence, is a simulation of agents that try to walk from the edges of the shape to the deepest point, and while they walk, they count the number of edges, and the highest number of edges is considered the deepest edge of the graph. And then they try to walk back again to the edges and calculate how many branches they encounter, how many, also calculate corners between branches, and all the set parameters which are stored inside the branches. But I need to get the values of the building, they have to be aggregated. While I aggregate multiple functions, it multiplies the parameters, and still it's not enough because I need to get the parameters of the administrational units. And for the administrational units, I still again need to aggregate the number of buildings, and it causes explosion of parameters. I had thousands of parameters describing urban shape. To calculate social capital, there are 4 factors used. The one is called number of certain organizations that are related to social aspects, voter turnout, census response rate, and number of non-profit organizations. Those numbers are aggregated together using principal component analysis, and the first component, principal component analysis, is the social capital index. To adapt this technology to Lithuania, for the first factor, most or similar organizations were available in the database. Voter turnout was available. For the non-profit organizations also was available. I used the Haiyan type, and census response was not available because they did not record the actual response rate, but I talked to them and they promised to record it next time. So this also can be improved later. In the social capital map of Lithuania, we can already see, without any additional analysis, that there is the highest social capital index is in the resort municipalities and also in the center municipalities, and the lowest social capital index is in the ring municipalities. So it may be caused by the urban sprawl. There were a lot of models made, but I don't show all of the list here because it's not important. They are all quite bad, but the best one was used, is called XGBoost. It's it tries to classify the data and try to fix the errors of the last iteration, and it adds many layers on itself and makes the improved predictions. But the best prediction is only 30%, and the same could be repeated, almost the same could be repeated in Lithuania, and I think it's amazing that I could repeat it. It was very difficult, but because Lithuanian data had a lot of smaller samples. Sample was very small. And this model is not completely black box. It allows to look inside and inspect the most influential parameters. And we can see that fractal dimension of the power law aggregator of the skeleton was most important, and that skeleton branches of the skeleton are less important than the structure, and prune skeletons is less important than original skeletons. To conclude, the connection is proven at 30%. State skeleton analysis is acceptable model of comprehension, and this existence of this relation shows that there could be in the future branch of urbanism that is concentrated on improvement of sociability of the urban space. Before this research, there was one digit for social capital of Lithuania. Now there is an index for every municipality, and this itself is achievement. It allows us to do more research on social aspects in Lithuania. And the difference between ring municipalities and center municipalities, I propose that this difference could be evaluation of the damage that urban sprawl made. This could be the indicator. Although this model has only 30% accuracy, for social sciences, 30% is acceptable, and they usually don't go much above that. If you compare this model to state-of-art models that achieve 99% or more, it looks also very small, but keep in mind that those models that achieve this accuracy solve the problems that solution is already known, and for this problem solution was not known, so it is completely different picture. So and then I need to read this. So looking at the features of skeletons, we can distinguish that different depth of shape skeletons could be obtained from buildings of different plan complexity and few or many enclosures. And different angles in shape skeletons are obtained by parts of buildings oriented at different angles to each other, as well as buildings that have no parallel external walls. These are important features that the model distinguished for modeling social capital, but unfortunately this model is not linear, therefore we cannot know how they influence the social capital positively or negatively. And the properties of skeletons inside the buildings are more important than properties of the buildings around. The properties of skeletons around the buildings. This suggests that social capital is generated inside the buildings, but this could differ for different cultures or political situations. One of improvements could be to model the social capital not entirely, but from the different factors, and this could show more insights of what is able to model. Additionally, it could be that by combining the predictions, it could improve the overall accuracy of the model. And also this calculation of social capital in the administrational units, I think, is very limited, and it would be better that I could improve the technology how to calculate social capital in the grid as the skeletons between buildings were calculated. It could improve the model by pinpointing exactly what features of urban space are able to generate social capital, and also it could be improved accuracy because the sample size would be larger. And finish my presentation with the slide showing the skeletons of urban of buildings and spaces between buildings in Vilnius center. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius, for presentation. Do we have questions? So I would like to invite Jurgis Zagorskas.
I would like to a little bit criticize you. Yes, this is, but If you are not afraid of critics, of course, do you have still time to correct something? A little. Okay, so the theme of the thesis, I think, looks quite logical, because urban form is something which is accumulating during the years, and also the social capital can also be accumulated. So there is some relation between these two subjects, but actually the goal is you are somehow using the contours of the buildings, like here. This reminds me very much the slope roof, like you see in the buildings when you are calculating the slopes of the roof, so you get a similar picture. So how it can be very much related to the cultural aspects, to the social capital. I don't think, only because there is a bigger complexity in the middle, in the center, in the older buildings. So it means that there is more with social capital. So of course, I think at some point it is true, but actually we don't need so sophisticated analysis. Artificial intelligence will understand it. It is very clear just by seeing the plan of the town by the simple eye. Now, if the goal of the dissertation is just to prove that the social capital is somehow related to the form of the contours of the building, so what will be the result if it is related? So you will find that here the social capital is bigger, here it is smaller, but we can find all these things by analyzing the other factors. So I think that the main deficiency in this dissertation, that somehow you are a little bit too much influenced by this mathematical thinking of, like you say, the Layton theory. I have read about this a little bit only a few days ago when I downloaded your presentation and take a look at it. But actually, with Layton theory, it was on 2004, 2007, and he, as far as I did the research, he didn't get any followers. It was not used anywhere in the practice. It was somehow not mentioned after 2007. Why it disappeared from the research field with theory? I think it is because it is not practical. It's just pure mathematics. Like you say, now you have calculated a lot of data. The 6 months we are calculating these slope roofs, let's say, of all the United States. And what was the use of this data? You just got the gigabytes and terabytes of data, which is not get any benefit. Just was for the sake of mathematics, not for anything else. So this is I think the main error of the whole idea of this dissertation. But maybe because I see that you now have a good data science background, so maybe you can later you can find something which can be used in, for example, urban planning or indexing this social capital. And I also now, I think this is the main thing. And a few other small things I want to ask you, for example, machine learning and artificial intelligence. You say that you use the machine learning and artificial intelligence to find out how these forms of the buildings are related to the social capital. But there is simple regression analysis used for this. The artificial intelligence and machine learning, I use a little bit for different purposes. And also this skeletonization theory. I just did a very quick research in Google Scholar. And this theory is used more in the medicine, in the neurons and some molecular analysis, not for the urban planning, not for buildings. And for example, spaces between buildings. So according to your theory, if the space is empty, like here in the middle of the business center, it is characterized as the same as it's somewhere outside the town, just you make equal the plaza somewhere in the center with some field on the other place outside the town. So I think it's lacking the third dimension, the dimension of the also the buildings in your, they are two-dimensional actually. You don't consider the height of the buildings, how much function they have, and anything of this, which are, I think, much more related to social capital than just the boundary of a building. So this is why we cannot derive a good this correlation between these things, I think. And my advice is, for example, to analyze when you are analyzing the open spaces, so better to use some theories which are known during the centuries, for example, in Renaissance or modern, the sense of place theory, where we also, when we have an open space, we measure how this space is surrounded by buildings, what is the height of a building divided by the width of that space, and this gives much more and more important information about the spaces, I think, than just analyzing the contours in two-dimensional way. Okay. Now, I don't know about the literature review, but I found that actually it is needed also 12 years or 10 years ago to have a more recent research done on this theme. 2010, I think, the last mentioned
in the slides.
Yes.
Maybe I analyzed more recent research, but I didn't find it very relevant for this kind of. But the escape boost method is very recent. I don't remember exactly, but it's quite recent.
Okay, and also we are studying the social capital in Lithuania, but you get derived it from different factors, not from the forms of the buildings. And somehow you wrote that you get the -1, you were just summing up the factors and then divided by 10,000. So how you went to the minus?
It was by principal component analysis. It's rotating the data, therefore the negative powers are reduced. I read that they improved the calculation of social capital index by introducing the normalization. Therefore, they eliminated negative powers, but it was invented after I did it.
So it's very complex method to evaluate this social capital.
It's complex if you would like to replicate it into by hand, but the methods are available. You just can use the programs to do it.
Okay, so thank you. Now
I can address all the questions that you.
Yes, okay. Maybe you can explain a little bit.
So
because I have only a few hours.
Yeah, I understand. So I usually get this that the architects have this intuition about what is good, what is, for example, beautiful, what is harmony, or what is good for social space. But it's the intuition, and you have to spend years to get it. And when two different architects meet from different cultures, they usually disagree what is good or bad. They have different styles in mind, and this calculation is anonymous. It can just calculate, and there is no argument about that. So the people who are have not experienced and this intuition could use this method to calculate. So it's important for them because it doesn't require experience. And for linear analysis, it was empty. It was not analyzable for regression. It was, you could say this method is also regression, because regression is very wide method of reducing the error. So this is also reducing the error, but for linear analysis, it was impossible to use linear methods. either with neural networks, it was impossible to make such precise model. And I have experience making neural networks in the data analysis competitions, and I can achieve even like third or fourth quartile in the competition. But for this data set, it was impossible to use. And this skeleton is innovation for urban analysis. Why not? For example, syntax analysis is using the pathfinding algorithm and how it is related to urban shape. I could do the same argument. So this type of innovation, yes, I took it from the psychology and neurology, but humans have psychology and neurology. Why I cannot use the same method? Yeah, I statistically prove that it's predicting at least the part of social capital. And third dimension, yes, I'm pity that I cannot use third dimension because the data is not available. In USA, the data is not available, period. And in Lithuania, they have the data of third dimension, but they don't kill it. And so they keep it locked. I would like to make it, but I cannot.
Just take a small sample, not the whole thing.
Yeah, now KTU is making their own data set, and they promised to give me. So well, I continue this research. I will use it, and I'm very interested in that. It's a good argument.
Thank you. Thank you, Jurgis. And I would like to ask Sandra and Ugis remarks.
Thank you for very interesting research. And I found that question how built environments are going to influence society. How built environment influence each person and social capital as well. Social networks and shared non-type values, I think it's really very essential. I have some questions related to methodology, and one is related selection of analyzed areas. Maybe I just didn't catch, but why you analyzed USA? The question relates to scale. Huge scale and huge diversity of areas and huge diversity of social capital as well. Why are you?
I've chosen USA because the data set of social capital was available, and I could just download it, so I could test the theory that way. Yes, it was very scary to make the analysis, urban analysis of such a huge area, and I was considering other things for some time, but then I had some encouragement to try it, and I tried. It was difficult, but I did it.
My second question, you partly answered relates data availability.
About three-dimensional data?
Yes, but not only about yes. I guess that for complex evaluation of this question, different type of data actually could be used. Is it available in this area?
Those data sets were available that I shown here. It was available. I could not use not available data. I did not invent anything. Like it's all from the data that was gathered somehow from one source or another. For example, all the buildings and specific buildings were I took from the open how it's called OpenStreetMap. So we have also buildings, and those. I don't remember where I got municipalities, but they have it now in statistical department page, and but I got it from somewhere else because at that time it was not available there, and also the points of the establishments also will be in the I think they give it in something like that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marius, for your presentation. And since you are already at the very end of the work, as I understand, so probably this is only a small part of the whole PhD thesis. However, since I am familiar only with the part you presented, I just wanted to point out a few, maybe a couple of aspects that I didn't feel the logic, maybe connection in your story. And the first is you spoke about urban form as that part that you analyze in terms of social capital, but is it the only integral part? Probably not.
Yes.
And if not, then maybe somewhere you should at least mention what other integral parts are there, and then you somehow characterize why particularly this part is very essential, and then you focus on more detailed analysis of urban form in comparison with other integral parts. That part I a bit missed in your presentation. And also I agree what Sandra mentioned about the comparison of the scale of the United States and the scale of Lithuania, but not only in scale, I mean geographical dimensions, but you also mentioned that important aspects are culture, climate conditions, no, maybe even political situation in various places. How does it look like comparison between the USA, where they have various climate zones, deserts, and mountains, and seaside or ocean side, both coasts, and then Lithuania, that has quite a different and maybe not so extremely diverse situation in climate conditions, and probably also in culture in terms of inhabitants. So is this comparison not equal? Maybe it would be better to choose some part of, I don't know, the United States or what that would suit better in cultural conditions and climate conditions, and so. Yeah, so these were two my concerns. So I wish you good luck in the finalizing of your work, and I will be glad if you have some maybe reference to this.
So all the parts I already asked a question for another participant. If the rules increase the social capital, so the rules and the enforcement of the rules, I think, is most important part of the social capital part. And yeah, maybe this 30% is actual the strength of the influence of urban space to social capital, because there are other aspects which I cannot model. It's a pity. Yeah, I would like
that there are, and then go to urban patterns. That is
because then the model would be more accurate, and then it would be complete, because I then could eliminate the other factors that influence social capital. Yeah, maybe it will be possible in the future, but now I don't have even the idea how to do it.
Okay, sorry.
But yeah, I was thinking about that from the beginning of the research as well. It's the problem that bugs me. And those models are not equal, and you cannot even compare the Lithuania model to the USA model, because the scale of the social capital index is not in the same scale. Like it's Fahrenheit and Celsius. It's not the same, and this principal component analysis is, in one hand, very simple, and then on the other hand, it gets out of the hand. It does what it wants. Like it does a good thing, but I think maybe if I would invent my own social capital index or another name for to indicate the social capital, then maybe I could use some another method of aggregation to make it more like repeatable or consistent. So I have to investigate in this regard. There are other aggregation methods that are no need to maybe to invent a new one, just use what's invented.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is applause to all of us, because finally, after the long day, we are at the end of our first part of our event, conference of young researchers. So it was great, inspiring day, and I would like to thank you all, both young researchers and professors with very tailored reviews. And we late just 1 hour 30 minutes something. So I think it's obvious that we needed some time to talk in person, not just in remote. So in remote, we already know how to count time, but in person, we don't care about. So I think it was a good day. And what is about next day, I would like to ask Agla.